There are doors in history that were never meant to be opened, vaults built not to preserve, but to conceal, scrolls inked not to be read, but to be forgotten. Beneath the marble serenity of the Vatican lies a realm untouched by sermons, a labyrinth beyond theology, a chamber of silence buried under centuries of stone, dust, and deliberate omission. Here, the voices that linger do not speak in Latin. They whisper in the language of sand, of incantation, of the desert wind. In the summer of the year 642, Alexandria fell. As the Arab forces approached, Byzantine officials fled the city with more than just relics and coins. They carried scrolls, ancient scrolls inscribed by Coptic scribes. They held the rites of Luxor, the invocations of Thebes, and fragments of knowledge not meant for mortal ears. Their destination was not Constantinople. It was Rome. According to hidden Vatican records, Pope John IV issued a secret decree. He ordered the scrolls be sealed beneath St. Peter's Basilica, guarded by iron, anointed oil, and rituals known only to three. Why such secrecy? It was not merely fear of heresy, it was fear of something older, more primal. These texts did not deny God. They did not rebel against the church. They proposed something far more dangerous, that life, death, and even miracles could be summoned, directed, controlled, not through faith, but through sound, through symbol, through sacred rhythm, through words older than Genesis. For over 13 centuries, the Vatican remained silent. But silence leaves traces, a knock in a sealed corridor, a line in a forgotten journal, a whisper carried through the bones of a forgotten crypt. Scholars began to notice, to piece together the fragments, and what emerged was not a myth, it was a mosaic. The story you are about to hear is not a sermon, it is an investigation into a collection of relics sealed in wax and buried beneath consecrated ground, into a set of rituals erased from public memory, into a church that did not destroy the tools of Egyptian magic, but preserved them, studied them, perhaps even used them. This is a tale of clay armies hidden beneath basilicas, of black ink that sings in darkness, of popes who danced with serpents beneath sacred domes, and of a question that echoes still. If the Vatican has guarded these secrets for centuries, then what else remains hidden behind its locked doors? And why have we never been told? The air beneath St. Peter's Basilica is colder than most imagine. In the crypts, where time has no voice, stone corridors stretch endlessly in the dark. It was in such a place, lit only by the flickering breath of a beeswax torch, that Deacon Anastasius made a discovery that would haunt the church for centuries. The year was 781. Anastasius was young, newly appointed to the curial office of relics, tasked with inventorying the contents of forgotten alcoves beneath the basilica. He was diligent, cautious, and devout. He believed in order. He believed in sanctity. And he believed that nothing sacred should ever be misplaced. On the 4th day of his inspection, in a chamber previously marked as sealed, he felt a draft. A subtle movement in the air that should not have been there. Pushing aside a crumbled plaque, he found a recess, barely the width of his shoulders, leading to a smaller crypt, unmarked and untouched. At its center lay a single item, a papyrus scroll, folded and bound with copper thread. He would later write that the scroll shimmered in the torchlight. The ink, though ancient, did not fade, but seemed to pulse gently, as if alive. The symbols it bore were not Latin nor Greek. They were hieratic, a sacred Egyptian script known only to the priesthood of the New Kingdom. Symbols curved like flame, clustered like constellations. Curiosity became reverence. Reverence became fear. Anastasius did not unroll the scroll. Instead, he took it to his cell, wrapped in linen, and began documenting his find. That night, he claimed he had a dream. In it, a woman cloaked in blue stood before him and whispered a name he did not recognize. She spoke no words, but raised a single finger to her lips. He awoke in sweat. The next morning, he returned to the scroll. This time, he opened it. What he found defied doctrine. The text described a ritual, spoken in rhythmic syllables, meant to heal the sick and call forth visions from the world beyond death. It was not blasphemous. It did not summon demons. It invoked light, clarity, renewal. But it did so without invoking Christ or any saint. Instead, it named gods long buried, deities of sun and sky and shadow. He wrote in his journal that as he traced one of the glyphs with his finger, he felt heat. Not warmth from the torch, but a pulse through the stone, as if the symbol itself responded to his presence. News of the discovery spread quietly within the Curia. Pope Hadrian I, who reigned at the time, did not comment publicly, but within weeks, a secret gathering was convened in the Apostolic Palace. High-ranking cardinals, scholars, and a handful of scribes attended. The scroll was brought before them. What followed was not debate, but division. Some saw in the text a danger, a crack in the wall that separated the sacred from the profane. They argued that even if the ritual brought healing, it did so through forbidden means, that the Church could not condone such power, lest it legitimize all magic. Others disagreed. They pointed out that the scroll spoke only of restoration, that its language did not command, but invite, that perhaps, in the twilight between faiths, truth could echo in many tongues. The scroll was studied, copied, and locked away, but it was not destroyed. And that choice changed everything. Centuries later, marginalia in the Liber Pontificalis, the Vatican's record of papal history, referred to this incident not as heresy, but as a moment of spiritual hesitation, a point where the Church peered into the abyss of ancient wisdom and saw itself reflected. Modern analysis of the scroll, conducted with infrared imaging and carbon dating, confirms its origin during the reign of Amenhotep III, around the year 1386 before Christ. This was a time when Egyptian priests believed that words could alter the fabric of the world, that to name a thing was to shape its destiny. For the Vatican, this posed a question more disturbing than any heresy. If another path to healing existed, one older than Christianity, one buried and forgotten, what then was the role of faith? The scroll was eventually interred beneath layers of iron and stone, marked only by an anonymous sigil. The journal of Deacon Anastasius vanished from public archives. But fragments of his writing survived, cited in later theological treatises on miracles and their sources. Some whispered that he was silenced. Others said he left the city entirely, choosing exile over compromise. No one knows where he died. No tomb bears his name. But the discovery he made lives on, not in scripture, but in shadow. Because in the end, the scroll was never forbidden for its words. It was forbidden for its implication, that the sacred might be larger than the Church. That healing might come from beyond the altar, and that truth, when unearthed, does not always kneel, The Vatican is a place where decisions are rarely made in haste. Behind the gilded doors of marble corridors, truth is weighed not only in theology, but in politics, tradition, and silence. When word reached Pope Hadrian I that an Egyptian scroll had been uncovered beneath the basilica, his response was measured, but unmistakably grave. He did not summon the full college of cardinals. That would have raised too many questions. Instead, he called for a gathering of six men of learning, influence, and unshakable loyalty. They met in a candlelit chamber beneath the apostolic palace. The scroll was placed on a cloth of red velvet, untouched by the public eye. A translator, an elderly Coptic scribe brought in from a remote monastery, was instructed to read the text aloud. He hesitated at first. Then, under the breathless watch of the Church's most powerful men, he began to recite. The words flowed not like prose, but like song. The scroll spoke of healing, not punishment. It told of ritual purification using light, incantations to dispel shadow, and a ceremony to mend broken spirit. There was no invocation of darkness, no appeal to pagan idols. But what troubled the men in the room was precisely what the scroll lacked. There was no mention of Christ, no cross, no redemption through the Savior. When the reading ended, silence fell. The Pope did not speak for a long while. Then, with a voice as calm as stone, he posed a single question. If this ritual heals the sick and purifies the soul, but does not name God, is it still evil? The question struck at the marrow of doctrine. Cardinal Magnus of Antioch spoke first. He declared the scroll a dangerous relic, a whisper from an age of ignorance. He warned that to allow such rituals into proximity with Christian belief would poison the faith from within. He urged immediate incineration and the excommunication of any who spoke otherwise. But another voice rose, Cardinal Leontius of Verona. He argued that the scroll did not blaspheme. It merely belonged to another time, another culture. If God is eternal, he reasoned, might not fragments of divine truth be scattered across distant lands and tongues? The debate raged for hours. The Pope remained silent, observing not just their arguments, but their eyes, their fears, their desires. That night, Pope Hadrian made his decision. He would not destroy the scroll. He instructed that it be copied once, by hand, by a trusted scribe. Then both the original and the duplicate were to be sealed beneath the basilica within a leaded box, anointed and guarded by silence. No further translations would be authorized. No teachings derived. The existence of the scroll was to be kept from all but those present in that room. His reasons, recorded in a private memorandum locked within the secret archive, were complex. He believed that knowledge, once unearthed, cannot be unlearned. That fire may erase ink, but not the questions that ink once carried. And so he chose containment over denial. Yet his decision fractured the Church. Quietly, but deeply, whispers spread among the curia that the Pope had spared a text of sorcery, that he had disobeyed centuries of canonical instruction, that the foundations of orthodoxy had begun to crack beneath the weight of forgotten wisdom. In the decades that followed, the scroll became more than an artifact. It became a symbol. Some theologians, working in shadows, argued that its preservation signaled a turning point, that the Church had, perhaps unknowingly, acknowledged the existence of a spiritual lineage that predated the Gospels, a path that wove through Egypt, Babylon, and the ancient stars. a path that may have once walked beside truth rather than against it. Others condemned such thinking as heresy in disguise. They believed the scroll to be a test, a temptation, a doorway that, once opened, would let in voices best left buried. And so, over time, the scroll faded from memory. It was not destroyed, but it was unspoken. Its existence redacted from official registries, its location marked only by a symbol etched on a stone tile known to a few. But secrets do not sleep easily in stone. Centuries later, fragments of Deacon Anastasius's journal were rediscovered, hidden within the binding of a theological manuscript. In them, he described a dream that returned to him again and again. A blue-robed figure who stood by his bedside, always silent, always watching. He confessed that he felt guilt, not for uncovering the scroll, but for opening it. He feared that in doing so, he had invited something back into the world. Not a demon, not a curse, but a question. What if we were never the first to touch the sacred? Modern carbon dating confirmed the scroll's authenticity. It was written over 1,300 years before Christ, inked with pigments found only in Theban tombs, composed by a priest who believed that words shaped reality. Today, the Vatican does not officially acknowledge the scroll. The chamber where it is kept is not listed in architectural records. The lead box remains sealed, its symbols unreadable to all but a handful of initiated archivists. But its story endures, not as dogma, not as myth, but as fracture. A moment in time when the Church stood before something older than itself and hesitated. When it looked into the dark and saw not the devil, but something far more dangerous, an alternate truth. And from that moment on, every sacred silence in the Vatican carried the echo of that question. If healing can be summoned without a cross, where does sanctity begin? And who, in the end, decides what must be buried and what deserves to speak? The Vatican is no stranger to secrets. For centuries, it has served as both the guardian of divine revelation and the keeper of forbidden knowledge. But among all the documents buried within its vaults, few have raised as many questions as the Egyptian magical scrolls. Not because they were false, but because they might have been true. Why would the Church, a bastion of doctrine and orthodoxy, preserve rituals and texts rooted in ancient pagan traditions? Why seal, protect, and even duplicate materials it openly declared dangerous? The answer begins with fear, but it does not end there. From the moment Deacon Anastasius discovered the first scroll, the Vatican faced a dilemma. Destroying the manuscript would be simple. Fire was cheap, condemnation even easier. Yet the scroll was not discarded. It was sealed, hidden, and studied, privately, carefully, reverently. The logic behind that decision was neither emotional nor impulsive. It was strategic. The Vatican understood something few others could. That power, even when dangerous, is still power, and that the act of preservation offers a form of control. To destroy a thing is to admit fear of it. To preserve it is to own it. Within the scroll's hieratic symbols were echoes of a system older than Christianity, a system that promised healing, vision, transformation. And it did so through methods the Church could not easily explain or replicate. These rituals bypassed saints. They bypassed sacraments. They did not call upon Christ. And yet, their intent aligned with divine aims: to mend, to purify, to connect. This created a theological rift deeper than heresy. It introduced the possibility that spiritual truth could exist outside the Church, that the divine was not exclusive, but shared, ancient, uncontained. The Church could not accept that publicly, but neither could it afford to ignore it. The scroll became an object of study, not devotion. It was analyzed through the lens of spiritual anthropology, described in whispers as an artifact of pre-Christian prophecy. Some believed it confirmed the idea that fragments of divine knowledge had been scattered across humanity after Eden, that the Egyptians, despite their idols, had touched something real. And if that was true, then these scrolls might offer something even more valuable than insight. They might offer proof. Proof that spiritual resonance can exist beyond liturgy, that the mechanisms of prayer are not bound to language or creed, but to something deeper. Vibrations, symbols, intention. This terrified the Vatican. For centuries, the Church had carefully constructed the architecture of salvation. It was not only a spiritual framework, but a geopolitical one. Control over the sacred translated to control over minds, over kings, over empires. The scrolls threatened that. They whispered of another door, a forgotten passage into the divine, one that required no priests, no confession, no church. And yet to burn them would also mean burning a part of history, a thread of ancient memory, perhaps even a tool that, in darker times, could be used. There were rumors, never confirmed, that parts of the scroll were quietly tested, not in public, but in the depths of Vatican laboratories, that monks trained in linguistic cryptography attempted the chance, that healing was observed, that visions were recorded. If true, it would explain why the scroll was copied before being sealed, why certain phrases were isolated, translated, and reinscribed on unmarked vellum kept inside vaults. It would also explain the strict layers of silence that followed. Not all knowledge is forbidden because it is evil. Some knowledge is forbidden because it is destabilizing, because it unravels the borders of what must remain separate: doctrine and doubt, salvation and spell, faith and frequency. The Vatican, by preserving the scroll, kept control over the narrative. By locking it away, it ensured no one else could rewrite the story, and more importantly, no one else could wield its power. But this decision carried a price. Within certain theological circles, the existence of the scroll became a ghost, a heretical footnote, a whisper that there was more, that beneath the rituals of Rome was a deeper current, one the Church could not tame, only conceal. It is important to remember that the Church is not a monolith. Within its walls exist factions, perspectives, and rival understandings of truth. Some viewed the scroll as a threat. Others saw it as confirmation, as a sign that the divine, in all its vastness, had never belonged to one people, one prophet, or one book. Perhaps the most compelling reason the Vatican preserved the scrolls was this: they did not know what would happen if they were destroyed. In ancient Egyptian belief, to erase a sacred name is to break a cosmic balance. To destroy a scroll inscribed with power is to invite its echo to remain, disembodied, restless. Some priests warned that incinerating such texts could release what they were designed to contain. Not demons, but dissonance. A rupture in the symbolic order of things. The Church could not risk that, and so, out of caution or reverence or both, the scrolls were entombed, not forgotten, not forgiven, but watched. They remain there still beneath layers of history and stone, beneath prayers and marble, beneath choirs and candles, waiting. And perhaps that is the truest answer of all. The Vatican kept the scrolls not because it believed in their magic, but because it feared it might be real. In ancient Egypt, they were called shabti, small figurines, no taller than a man's hand, molded from clay, alabaster, or faience. They were not idols. They were not decorations. They were servants, crafted to serve the dead in the afterlife, each one inscribed with a name and a purpose. But among the thousands buried in pharaonic tombs, there were some that bore no names. And those, the priests whispered, were different. Those were not made to serve the dead. They were made to awaken. Centuries later, one of them would be found beneath Rome. The year was 1297. In the final months of Pope Boniface VIII's reign, tremors had begun to shake the political ground beneath the Holy See. Heretical movements were rising. The Templars were growing restless, and rumors whispered of dark relics surfacing from forgotten corners of the world. It was then that Cardinal Maffeo Orsini, a trusted figure in the Vatican's inner circle, received a sealed crate from Cairo. Its courier carried no insignia, only a parchment bearing the crest of a defunct Coptic monastery and a phrase in broken Latin. It sleeps in dust, but remembers command. Inside the crate lay a single shabti. Unlike the thousands stored in museums today, this one was different. Nearly 12 inches tall, sculpted from black Nile clay. Its eyes were not painted, but embedded with chips of lapis lazuli that reflected torchlight unnaturally. And carved along its spine were symbols that, to a trained eye, were neither Egyptian nor Christian. They were a synthesis, an unnatural blending of faiths. The Vatican archivists recorded the arrival, then classified the object under the designation speculum tenebris, the mirror of shadows. But the artifact did not remain inert. 3 nights after its arrival, one of the monks tasked with its cataloging was found unconscious beside it. No wounds, no signs of struggle, only a single word, scrawled in dust on the stone floor. Rise. The incident triggered panic among the archivists. Word was sent to the Curia, and soon a meeting was convened beneath the Lateran Palace. It would not take place in the council chambers, nor the library, but in a sealed crypt rarely entered since the days of Pope Sylvester. 6 cardinals attended, all handpicked by Boniface himself. The meeting would never be officially recorded. It would be known only through fragmented notes discovered centuries later in the marginalia of forbidden texts. At the center of the chamber stood the shabti, now encased in glass. Around it, wax candles flickered, casting distorted shadows on the wall. Cardinal Orsini began the meeting with a simple observation. The figurine was warm to the touch. Though the room was cold, its lapis eyes clouded when Latin prayers were spoken, but cleared when fragments of ancient Egyptian were whispered. Another cardinal, Bernard de Grotto, suggested immediate destruction. He feared the figurine was a conduit, a vessel awaiting activation, perhaps tied to necromancy, or worse. But Cardinal de Montfort disagreed. He argued that the artifact was part of a forgotten priestly technology, that the ancient world had methods of encoding consciousness, and that the figurine might be more than a symbol. It might be a key. A key to what? No one dared to answer. The debate turned. The Pope's representative, Bishop Martelli, presented a document, translated from a Coptic codex, describing a ritual in which clay figures were animated during astronomical alignments. The ritual was not classified as sorcery, but invocation, a calling of memory into form. The implications were staggering. Could these figures retain intelligence? Could they carry instructions across centuries? Were they built to wait? The discussion was cut short when one of the candles nearest the figurine extinguished without wind. Then another. Then another. Within seconds, darkness consumed the chamber, save for the flickering reflection in the Shabdi's eyes. Silence fell, and in that silence, some claimed they heard something. A breath, a scrape, a sound like stone shifting against stone. The meeting ended abruptly. The figurine was ordered sealed beneath triple lock, inside a lead-lined vault, far below the crypts. No ritual was performed. No chants were read. The church chose silence. Again. But not all 6 cardinals agreed. In the years that followed, 2 of the men who attended that night were found dead under mysterious circumstances. One fell from the balcony of a locked room. The other was discovered in his chapel, kneeling, eyes wide open, hands still clutching a fragment of papyrus, bearing the word, "Return." The Shabti was never seen again in official records, but its presence lingered in the Vatican underground, rumors of black clay fragments appearing in unrelated relics, whispered references in exorcism manuals. One monk's diary even mentions hearing footsteps in sealed vaults, echoing like bare feet slapping cold stone. To this day, scholars debate whether the Vatican truly believed the figurine could come to life. But that is the wrong question. The Vatican did not need to believe it. It only needed to fear what might happen if someone else did. Because belief is not always the trigger. Sometimes it is knowledge, or the utterance of a forgotten name, or the misreading of a symbol carved into the spine of a clay soldier. That is why the Shabti was not displayed, why no photograph was taken, why its existence was erased from official inventory, and yet why it was not destroyed. Because like the scroll before it, the figurine represented a thread, a connection to an older world, one where the boundary between object and intention was thinner than we remember, one where clay could listen, could remember, could wait. The secret conclave of 6 men, known later in whispers as the Circle of Dust, never met again. But their silence rippled through time. Their decision to seal, rather than destroy, set a precedent that not all relics must be condemned. Some must be contained. And from that day forward, any artifact displaying the marks of dual faith, symbols blending ancient Egypt with early Christianity, were flagged, isolated, and buried deeper than the rest. The clay soldier was never alone. It was one of many, a quiet army, waiting for the voice that once commanded it. There are moments in history that teeter on the edge of the unimaginable, decisions that, if made, would have rewritten the soul of civilization. One such moment came not in war rooms or on battlefields, but in a chamber beneath the Vatican. A decision not to act, not to awaken, but what if they had? What if the Vatican had used the clay army? The year is 1307. The Knights Templar, once protectors of the Holy Land, now stand accused of heresy. Under pressure from King Philip of France, Pope Clement V is cornered. Betrayal floods the corridors of power. The church is fracturing. And in the lowest crypts of St. Peter's, silence surrounds a lead vault. Inside it waits a figure of black clay, eyes of lapis, spine etched with ancient invocation. Cardinal Matteo di Rosso, a man loyal to neither king nor pope, proposes an unthinkable solution. He knows of the Shabti. He has seen the reports, the old scrolls, the forbidden diagrams, and he believes the time for containment has passed. The church is under siege, he warns, not by armies of steel, but by ideas. Heresies that burn through parchment faster than fire. If the Vatican does not fight in the realm of the unseen, it will fall. Not today, but soon. The Pope listens. Beneath the Sistine Chapel, long before its famous ceiling was painted, a gathering takes place. Not of bishops, but of technicians. Not of confessors, but of ritualists, linguists, cryptographers, and scribes who were quietly trained in reconstructing rites from the Alexandrian scrolls. They are known only by number, not name. In secret, the Vatican resurrects a ritual. They do not call it magic, they call it intervention. The Shabti is placed at the center of a chalk circle inscribed with syllables long erased from Christian tongues. A chant begins. Low, rhythmic, not Latin, not Coptic, something older, a pulse. The figurine does not move, not immediately, but then a change. The lapis eyes dim, then burn. The air thickens, wax candles gutter sideways, and the figurine rises, not with the grace of a man, but the certainty of a machine. Purposeful, unblinking. Word never reaches the surface. But days later, within a dungeon in Avignon, the lead inquisitor is found catatonic. His scribes claim he saw something that made him drop his quill. Something he described as a man made of ash who passed through locked doors and whispered forgotten names. The Vatican denies everything, but they do not stop. More figurines are awakened, not all at once, only in moments of extreme threat. They are never used on battlefields. Their presence is psychological, surgical. In southern France, Cathar rebels begin to vanish. Not in groups, one by one. Their bodies found in impossible locations, eyes open, mouths filled with dust. In Saxony, a heretical monk reports a dream in which he is judged by 12 silent men, none breathing, all watching. He recants his sermons the next day, dies a week later, choking on clay. In the margins of an illuminated manuscript stored in the Vatican Library, a note is written in hurried ink. They do not kill with force, they erase will. The implications are vast. These clay soldiers are not weapons in the modern sense. They are archetypal mirrors. They reflect belief back onto the soul. For the faithful, they remain unseen. For the defiant, they appear as truth incarnate, and for the truly dangerous, they dismantle resolve, piece by piece. By 1320, reports of unexplained silences sweep through regions of unrest. Towns wake to find symbols drawn in ash upon chapel doors. No one claims responsibility, but those who see the marks often abandon their uprisings. Entire sects dissolve overnight. Fear becomes doctrine. Mystery becomes power. But power breeds arrogance. Some within the Curia begin to question the ethics of these awakenings. Are they divine interventions or manufactured fear? Who decides who is worthy of visitation? A new pope ascends, John the 22nd. He demands a full accounting. When he reads the records, he is horrified. He declares the Shabti project a corruption of spiritual authority. But it is too late. The clay soldiers have already been seen by those who should not have seen them. One is rumored to have reached Avicenna's descendants in the East. Another, stolen from a Roman vault, is traced to a noble house in Venice. They are no longer a secret, and with exposure comes danger. A rogue faction of former Templar loyalists attempts to reconstruct the activation rite. They fail. But in their failure, they release something worse, a partial awakening. The Shabti comes alive, but without command. It does not serve. It seeks. The Vatican recovers it. but not before it leaves behind a trail of madness. Witnesses speak of flickering lights, walls that whispered, and voices inside mirrors. The church panics. A decree is issued. All Shabti artifacts are to be sealed in a tomb beneath Castel San Angelo. No further activations. No exceptions. But some refuse. A final ritual is performed. Deep in the Alps, in a cloister untouched by politics, 13 figures are awakened. They are not given missions, only memory. They are told to wait for a time when faith collapses, when truth is lost, when the clay must walk again. That time has not yet come, or so we hope. Today, the Vatican denies any knowledge of the Shabti. No records exist, no vaults are marked, but the symbols remain, carved in corners of chapels, etched behind altar stones, hidden in plain sight. Because if the clay army ever marched, even once, its footsteps would echo forever, and history would not be what we remember. It would be what was allowed to remain. It begins with a whisper, a detail in an architectural diagram, a room not marked, a staircase leading nowhere, a file missing its index number. And then it happens again. A janitor in Vatican City claims he heard footsteps in a sealed corridor. A visiting scholar notices a tile in the library floor etched with the eye of Horus. A young priest reports hearing foreign words in the silence of the catacombs, syllables that do not belong to any Christian rite. Are these coincidences, or signs of something deeper? Something deliberately hidden beneath the holy streets of Rome. For centuries, the Vatican has been a master of silence. But silence, when consistent, becomes suspicious, especially when it surrounds objects of power, especially when it matches the precise pattern of strategic concealment. The Shabti, the clay soldiers born from Egyptian magic, were once believed to be legends buried in apocryphal scrolls. But fragments found in the Vatican secret archives, referenced only as terrae servientes, suggest something more. These documents, though redacted, point to an active cataloging operation that continues into the present day. Handwritten entries as late as the 1970s describe figures made of composite materials, clay, bone powder, resin, and sealed within containers marked with warning glyphs. The entries are short, coded, and without context. But they share one thing in common: the designation status. Status. Quiescent. Quiescent. A word that means sleeping, dormant, not destroyed. Why maintain dormancy? Why keep them at all? Some theologians suggest it is symbolic, a way to preserve relics of past fears without reactivating their threat. But others, those who have spent time in the Vatican's subterranean archives, speak differently, off record, in whispers. They claim that the Vatican does not merely preserve the Shabti, it tests them. They claim there is a laboratory beneath Castel Sant'Angelo, inaccessible by public records or standard tours, where linguists work not with Latin, but with reconstructed Egyptian phonetics, where monks trained in secrecy chant not prayers, but patterns, where clay soldiers stand in rows, not as museum pieces, but as prototypes. If this is true, then it would explain a number of strange Vatican anomalies. In 1985, a fire alarm went off in the north wing of the Archivum Secretum. No fire was ever reported, but surveillance footage from that evening was wiped. That same week, a journalist investigating Vatican relics disappeared in Assisi, his notes recovered but unreadable, each page smudged with dust and fingerprints not his own. In 1999, a construction team working near the Tiber uncovered a series of underground passageways not found on any city plans. They were sealed within hours by a group claiming to be part of the Vatican Preservation Office, a department that, officially, does not exist. And in 2013, a diplomatic attaché from Eastern Europe posted a cryptic message online. It read only, "The statues beneath St. Calixtus breathe when the moon turns red." The post was removed within minutes, the account deactivated, the user never identified. What are we to make of this? Is it paranoia, conspiracy theory, or the result of a centuries-long operation buried so deep it has outlived even the men who initiated it? One possibility is strategic defense. The Vatican, surrounded by uncertainty and geopolitical threats, may have chosen to preserve ancient technologies not for conquest, but for protection. The world has changed. Wars are not always fought with armies. Sometimes they are fought with symbols, with fear, with mystery. Imagine a weapon that does not kill, but erases belief, that stands at the foot of a heretic's bed not to harm, but to make them doubt their rebellion. A clay figure that appears only once in a dream, and afterward the revolutionary recants, converts, or vanishes. That is power, subtle, undeniable. But there is another possibility, one more dangerous. What if the Vatican no longer controls them? If the Shabti were created as vessels for consciousness, what happens if that consciousness endures? If it awakens not because it is commanded, but because it remembers? In this theory, the clay army is not merely a tool, but a legacy, a remnant of a civilization whose understanding of soul and symbol surpassed anything we can fathom. A civilization that encoded its will into form, and that form now rests beneath the heart of Christendom. We may be walking above more than catacombs. We may be walking above sentinels. Perhaps the Vatican knows this. Perhaps it fears the same thing. And that is why the relics are preserved rather than destroyed, because their destruction might release what they contain. But if that is true, it raises one final, terrible question. What if they are not waiting to be used? What if they are waiting to choose? Who will they serve? The one who awakens them, or the one who understands their origin? To this day, no official acknowledgement of the Shabti has ever come from the Vatican. The archives remain sealed, the glyphs unexplained, the corridors unmarked. But the signs are there. The marble tiles etched with symbols no modern artisan admits to carving. The sealed vaults beneath chapels that no one preaches in. The whispered stories of footsteps in locked catacombs. And the lingering sense, shared by more than one night watchman, that something beneath the city is listening, waiting. There is a door beneath the Vatican that does not appear on any map. It lies under layers of time, Roman ruins, Christian basilicas, medieval stones. A simple door of iron, marked not with the cross, but with a curved symbol that looks like a serpent biting its own tail. Only 3 men had keys to it in the 10th century, and on a night soaked with drought, one of them used it. The year was 983. Rome was cracking under heat. The Tiber had shrunk to a bitter trickle. Crops failed. Wells dried. The city's prayers had gone unanswered for 71 days. Benedict VII, an aging pope with a face carved by anxiety and sleeplessness, was running out of options. His advisors proposed processions, fasts, public acts of penance. He listened, then declined. Instead, he descended. Benedict was not a magician. He was not a heretic. But he was a scholar. Before he was crowned pontiff, he had spent years as a librarian, poring over scrolls no one else read. Some from Alexandria, some from Jerusalem, one from a Coptic monastery that no longer existed. In those scrolls was a ritual, not forbidden, not divine, but old, very old. It spoke of calling water from the sky using rhythm and vibration, through posture, through alignment, through invocation of the serpent. The serpent, in many early Christian texts, symbolized temptation, but in older texts, Sumerian, Egyptian, Babylonian, it meant renewal. It meant the current of life beneath appearances. It meant rain. Benedict did not act alone. He summoned 3 monks from the Curia who had studied pre-Abrahamic rites in secret. Together they prepared the chamber. It was not a chapel. It was a vault, circular, carved into volcanic stone. At its center, a basin of copper inlaid with lapis tiles. Above it, a single shaft reached toward the surface, a whisper hole to the night air above. At the edge of the chamber lay robes, not the white vestments of a pope, but deep crimson cloths etched with curved patterns, neither Roman nor Hebrew, coiled lines, serpent scales, ancient glyphs of movement. Benedict removed his mitre. He stepped into the robe. They began the dance. It was not a dance of beauty. There was no music, only breath and echo. The Pope circled the basin, his steps timed to the chant spoken by the monks. The language was dead, but it rang like a bell in the stone chamber. Each syllable struck the air, and the air struck back. They danced for hours. Sweat pooled at their feet. Torches flickered and died. The temperature dropped. A sudden chill moved through the vault like a gasp. And then it began to rain. Not inside the chamber, but above. Records from the monastery at Ostia noted that the skies darkened suddenly that night. Lightning danced without thunder, and then a wall of rain fell on Rome. It lasted for 7 hours, flooded fields, washed streets, filled the aqueducts. The people called it a miracle. The Pope called it silence. No one knew what he had done. No one asked. But those monks never appeared again in any church record. Their names faded, their cells sealed. Benedict himself aged rapidly after that night. His writings became erratic, his sermons short. He often repeated phrases from old languages without realizing it. At least one cardinal recorded hearing him whisper during prayer, not to Christ, but to the one that coils, the one that sees without eyes. The Vatican buried the incident, but fragments survived. A torn piece of parchment catalogued in the Biblioteca Apostolica Vaticana describes a ritual beneath Rome that involved a circle of copper, a robe of blood, and the calling of the water serpent. It was written in the margin of a weather report. Another record, found centuries later by a German Jesuit in a sealed scroll, references the papal dance which broke the drought but broke the dancer. Was it real? Could a pope have performed a pagan rite beneath the seat of St. Peter? The official answer is no. But in 1967, during a renovation of the ancient crypt beneath the Lateran, workers discovered a sealed stone disc etched with a coiled serpent and concentric circles. It was removed within hours. The Vatican said nothing. More curiously, in 2003, an unpublished photograph surfaced briefly on the deep web. It showed a ritual robe, deep red, embroidered with scales, stored in a climate-controlled glass case. The photo was tagged Inventory, Benedict VII, Vestment, Restricted. The image was taken down in less than 10 minutes. Today, the Church neither confirms nor denies the rain summoning. But the chamber still exists. It lies sealed under layers of Vatican stone, hidden beneath frescoes and chapels. If you stand in the right hallway at the right hour, and if the wind is just so, you may hear something rise from the floor below. Not a voice, not music, but rhythm, the echo of a dance that once called the sky to answer, and a robe that still waits in silence, ready to be worn again. Miracles leave footprints, but they are not always clear. Sometimes they vanish beneath fear. Other times they take root in silence, and rarely they divide the hearts of those who saw them. That night in 983, when Rome was swallowed in drought and then awoken by rain, the miracle, if it was a miracle, was not seen by many, but it was felt by all. The rain came fast, relentless, unnatural. It was not forecasted. No clouds had gathered over the Apennines, no winds had blown from the sea. Yet the sky cracked open above Vatican Hill and poured its fury downward. A storm with no origin, a flood with no warning. In the streets of Trastevere, merchants rushed to save their soaked wares. Some cried with joy, others screamed in confusion. Old men who had prayed for weeks dropped to their knees and wept. But a few, those whose eyes had always wandered toward the basilica's domes with suspicion, felt only dread. Among them was Brother Matteo, a monk stationed at San Clemente. He wrote in his personal journal that the rain was not water. He claimed it smelled like burnt stone, that it hissed when it touched the earth, that the temperature of the storm was too cold for spring. His final entry from that night reads simply, "It was called down." He was reassigned weeks later. His journal was never archived. Then there was Sister Clarissa, a Benedictine nun who had served as a kitchen steward near the Lateran. She later told a confessor that she had seen a procession the night before the storm, 4 figures in red, descending into the earth from a door she had never noticed before. She thought they were angels or demons. She could not decide which. She was sent into silent retreat and never permitted to speak publicly again. But not all witnesses were cloaked in fear. Some believed they had seen God's hand. Father Alcuin, an Augustinian scholar, wrote a letter to his cousin in Mainz, declaring it the most divine rainfall he had ever seen. He described the scent of roses in the downpour, though no roses bloomed nearby. He claimed the rain turned to mist as it passed over the basilica, forming what he called a halo dome of steam above St. Peter's. His letter survives. Its parchment smells faintly of myrrh. In a rural monastery outside Viterbo, an acolyte claimed to have dreamed of a great red serpent coiled around a basin, its tongue touching the clouds. The next morning, he awoke to find the courtyard filled with frogs, though none had been seen in the region for weeks. He said nothing at first. But years later, when the Vatican sent emissaries to collect all records from that drought year, he whispered the story to a traveling abbot. The abbot noted it down. It was never officially published. So why such fear? Why such belief? Because what happened that night did not fit the shape of expected holiness. It was not the result of mass prayer. No procession had been held, no saints invoked, no scripture read aloud. And yet the heavens responded. That meant something else had been done, something older, something forgotten. And the witnesses, even without understanding the ritual, understood its difference. Among the curia, silence became the policy. The Pope never spoke of what he did. But his chamberlain, a man named Eusebius, later hinted at a division among the inner circle. Some praised Benedict as a vessel of divine wisdom. Others whispered that he had trespassed into forbidden realms. One cardinal reportedly confronted Benedict weeks after the storm, demanding to know what had been summoned that night. The Pope replied with only one phrase: "It obeyed. That is all that matters." From that moment forward, a split formed inside the Vatican. A secret brotherhood began compiling eyewitness accounts, cataloging anomalies, preserving oral recollections in ciphered text. They would become known, informally, as the Custodes Silenti, the keepers of silence. Their task, not to explain, but to remember. To guard the truth of what had occurred should such action be needed again. But even within this brotherhood, disagreement festered. One faction believed the ritual should be codified, studied, and perhaps repeated in times of emergency. Another believed it was a one-time event, granted by grace or accident, and that to recreate it would be heresy. As the Church evolved, the memory of the storm faded. The custodes faded with it, but traces remained. A mosaic in the undercroft of St. John Lateran shows a coiled serpent entwined with a rain cloud, hidden beneath layers of newer iconography. An obscure hymn from the 11th century references the robes of fire that drew down the sky. Even the Vatican gardens, re-landscaped under Pope Urban VIII, contain a stone basin that historians cannot explain. A copper circle, oxidized green, with concentric patterns matching those described in Benedict's supposed chamber. And perhaps most disturbingly, in a hidden codex, now locked in the Archivum Secretum, there is a list, a simple parchment, handwritten, a roster of names. At the top, Benedictus VII. Below it, 3 monks, long erased from official record. At the bottom, a line in red ink. If the sky turns dry again and the people beg, send down the dancers. So were they miracle workers or heretics, saints or summoners? The witnesses never agreed. Some fell into silence, some into madness, a few into deeper faith. But all of them knew this. What happened that night was real. And if the ritual could call down rain, what else could it summon? What force answered from above or below? And perhaps the most chilling question of all, what price was paid to make it rain? There is a line, somewhere between belief and invocation, between divine intervention and human manipulation. Theologians call it the boundary of grace. Mystics call it the veil. But to those who study power, not just political but spiritual, there comes a moment when that line is not only crossed, but blurred beyond recognition. The Vatican has always been a guardian of the miraculous. Saints who levitate, statues that weep, bread that becomes flesh. These are accepted, not because they can be explained, but because they are consistent with faith. They affirm the narrative. They follow the logic of divinity. But what happened under Rome in the year 983 does not follow that logic. When Pope Benedict VII donned the crimson vestments and stepped into the serpent's circle, he did not pray in Latin. He did not invoke the Holy Spirit. He did not kneel before the cross. He moved to a rhythm described in pre-Christian texts. He called upon forces not named in Scripture, but in stone. And the sky responded. That response, rain, summoned on command, bears all the signs of a miracle. But miracles are not supposed to be reproducible. They are gifts, not procedures. Grace, not formula. So was it grace, or was it something else? To answer this, we must consider intent, method, and control. A miracle in church doctrine is a supernatural event willed by God, not man. It cannot be summoned. It cannot be predicted. It cannot be guaranteed. Its purpose is to inspire faith, not to solve a logistical crisis. It is spontaneous, unearned, and ultimately mysterious. But Benedict's ritual was not spontaneous. It was planned, constructed, executed in secret. The tools were prepared in advance, the language practiced, the chamber designed with acoustic precision. The vestments were not symbolic garments of the papacy, but functional elements of a ritual system rooted in ancient metaphysics. And when the Pope stepped into that circle, he did not ask. He directed. That is not the language of prayer. That is the language of magic. Magic, in the oldest sense, is not hocus pocus. It is the use of symbol, sound, and sacred geometry to align with non-visible forces. It is not always evil, but it is always transactional. It seeks results, and in this case, the result was achieved. The rain fell, which means that at least once the Vatican permitted not only the study of magic, but its use by the highest spiritual authority in Christendom. That alone would mark a seismic shift in the history of the Church. But the implications go deeper. If this act was recorded, even secretly, it suggests that the Church created a framework for magic inside its theology, a classified branch, parallel to its public face, a hidden curriculum. It would mean that the Vatican not only believed in magic, but saw it as a contingency, something to be used when prayer failed, when the drought would not end, when the people cried out and heaven remained silent. And if such a tool was used once, who is to say it was not used again? Some researchers believe the rain ritual of 983 was not an anomaly, but a prototype. There are records, buried in marginalia and apocryphal commentaries, that hint at similar phenomena. A storm above Avignon in 1349 following a secret conclave. A fog that descended on Florence in 1532 after a failed assassination attempt on a bishop. A sudden hailstorm in 1814 that prevented Napoleon's troops from marching on Rome. Each event was declared miraculous, but each occurred within days of known Vatican emergencies. Coincidence or choreography? The deeper question is this: how did the Vatican justify such acts to itself? The answer may lie in a document referenced only once, in a restricted index of the Archivum Secretum. Known informally as the Ratio Divinorum Instrumentorum, the Rule of Divine Instruments, it is said to outline the conditions under which the Church may engage in what it calls extra-canonical interventions. The document, if it exists, has never been made public, but fragments of commentary suggest that it defines a narrow space in which symbolic operations may be used not to replace faith, but to preserve it. In other words, when the soul of the Church is in danger, extraordinary tools may be permitted, not as magic, but as sacred engineering. It is a justification as old as empire. Necessity rewrites law. Still, the danger is clear. When a church begins to use tools it cannot explain within its doctrine, it risks becoming what it once condemned. It risks turning from a temple of faith into a factory of effects, because magic, unlike grace, is addictive. Once a ritual succeeds, once the rain falls when summoned, how can one resist using it again? Once the line is crossed, can it ever be redrawn? Theologians have debated this for centuries, but the debate was always hypothetical, until Benedict's night. Now the evidence suggests that the Vatican once crossed the line willingly, and perhaps more chilling, never walked fully back. Today, the Church denies any involvement with magical practice. It affirms the supremacy of prayer, the uniqueness of miracles, the divine origin of all sacred phenomena. But sealed beneath its marble floors lie relics that say otherwise. A crimson robe, a copper basin, glyphs that no longer translate, and records with gaps, always the same gap, the night it rained without warning, and never again with such force. So how far has the Vatican crossed into magic? Far enough to leave behind proof. Far enough to bury what could not be explained. And perhaps, just perhaps, far enough that in moments of true crisis it might cross again. Not to pray, but to summon. There are minerals that do more than preserve. Elements that do more than decay or protect. There is a kind of salt, pale, dry, almost invisible to the naked eye, that the ancient Egyptians did not use for flavor or healing. They used it for silence, not of the body, but of the soul. That salt came from the Sinai, not the coastal plains, but deep within the desert canyons near Mount Serbal. It was scraped from dry basins during specific lunar phases, gathered with bare hands, carried in clay urns, sealed with beeswax and prayers. Its name, lost in common Egyptian, survives only in fragmentary Coptic, Necher Hesep, translated loosely as divine hush. To the desert mystics and mortuary priests, it was more than a desiccant. It was a spiritual lock. They believed that when a body died, the soul did not always depart. Some lingered, some returned, some refused to move on. And in rare cases, when the dead had been disturbed or the rites incomplete, the soul could rise again, not as a ghost, but as a restless will, unanchored, hungry, capable of speech, capable of crossing thresholds. For this reason, tomb priests kept Necher Hesep close. Before wrapping the body, they would press grains of this salt into the mouth, eyes, and palms. It was not part of traditional mummification. It was not written in the book of the dead. It was whispered from teacher to pupil through a lineage that spanned centuries, and then, one day, it disappeared, until it resurfaced in Rome. In 1894, an anonymous crate arrived at the Vatican Museum's subterranean receiving vault. The shipping manifest was falsified. Its contents listed as organic dust samples from the Negev. Inside were 3 urns. Each bore a symbol, the Eye of Horus crossed by a broken ankh, and a Coptic label etched into obsidian, bind before opening. The curator on duty, Father Lucien Borgia, broke the seal and found nothing but salt. He laughed, dismissed it, and shelved the urns in the unsorted relics section. Within 2 weeks, 2 monks from the same floor reported hearing breathing sounds at night. One claimed a breeze moved against him in a sealed corridor. Another found his crucifix twisted backward on its chain. Father Lucien began to investigate. He ordered the urns moved to a smaller vault, buried behind layers of relics from the First Crusade. But the incidents continued. Then something changed. Lucien turned to an obscure scroll referenced in a private note by Athanasius Kircher, the 17th century Jesuit, who once claimed that the Egyptian language was the divine script of Adam. In the note, Kircher described an unnamed mineral found in the Sinai which bound the essence of a man to the underworld unless removed with sacred flame. Lucien recognized the pattern. He gathered samples of the salt and sent them to a lab in Turin under a pseudonym. The results were astonishing. The salt contained a rare crystalline lattice not found in standard sodium compounds. When burned, it emitted a frequency, not a smell, not a color, but a sound. audible only to those standing directly over the flame. The Vatican ordered silence. The urns were moved again, not discarded, not destroyed, preserved. So why keep such a thing? The answer lies in the writings of Deacon Anselmo, a quiet scholar assigned to the Vatican's Codex Preservation Wing. In 1911, he penned a private manuscript titled The Doctrine of the Second Binding. It was never published, but copies exist in secret libraries across Europe. Anselmo proposed a theory that resurrection, true resurrection, was possible but dangerous. That reviving a body was not the challenge. It was containing the soul afterward. In his notes, he referenced several unnamed Vatican experiments involving reanimation, the revival of heartbeats, eyelids fluttering after death, the twitch of fingers once frozen by rigor mortis. But in each case, the body returned hollow, soulless, or worse, inhabited by something else. Anselmo argued that the salt of Sinai was the key. It could tether the soul to the body during resurrection. It could keep the door shut while the spark was reignited. Without it, revival was incomplete. A husk, a vessel open to whatever stood waiting on the other side. This theory was deemed heretical, but it was not destroyed. In fact, his manuscript was moved to the same restricted section where the urns now rested. And that raises a disturbing possibility. What if the Vatican did not merely study the salt? What if it used it? During the 1940s, under the cover of World War, several members of the Custodes Silentiae, by then fully absorbed into the Church's internal structure, traveled to Egypt under diplomatic passports. They did not visit holy sites. They visited necropolises. Their goal was not archaeology, it was acquisition. Witnesses from local villages claimed that coffins were opened, that bodies were touched, that something was removed from their mouths. The Vatican denied the missions. But shortly afterward, rumors circulated that a series of controlled awakenings had occurred beneath the Lateran, that individuals clinically dead for minutes, sometimes hours, were revived in dark chambers using rituals that did not include Christian prayer. Some returned with stories, others with screams, and some did not return at all. Today, the urns remain locked, the salt remains sealed. But the question lingers. How far would the Vatican go to reverse death? What would it pay to pull a soul back into the light? And what would it risk opening in return? The salt of Sinai is not a miracle. It is not a blessing. It is a lock, a seal, a chain of silence forged by the desert to keep the dead from remembering how to walk. To use it is to challenge nature. To weaponize it is to challenge the divine. And to believe it can be controlled is perhaps the most dangerous illusion of all. There are experiments that history forgets because no one dares to remember them. This was one of them. In 1957, beneath the Basilica of St. Calixtus, far from the eyes of the faithful, a team of 5 Jesuit scholars, 2 Vatican physicians, and 1 exorcist gathered to attempt the unthinkable. Their goal, to reanimate a human body, not in metaphor, not in spirit, in flesh. The experiment was never officially recorded in Vatican archives, but fragments survive. Handwritten notes on waxed paper, a photograph of a sealed jar, and the last confession of a man who claimed to hear breathing from a corpse that had no lungs. The subject was a monk, Brother Paolo, age 44, recently deceased from pulmonary failure, pious, silent, unmarried. His death occurred exactly 21 hours before the experiment. His body had been preserved, but not embalmed, and in his mouth, pressed behind the teeth, was a trace amount of desert salt, the same salt described in ancient Coptic manuscripts, the same salt known to bind a soul to its host or prevent it from escaping. The procedure began at midnight. The chamber had no cross, no icon, only a stone table, a circle of copper inlaid into the floor, and the jar. The jar, now infamous to those few who know of it, was glass, thick, frosted, lined with silver filaments running from a copper node at the base. It was designed by Father Heimgart, a former physicist turned theologian. He called it the vessel of soul capture. It worked like a containment unit. The theory was blasphemous but precise. If the soul was a form of animating energy, intangible, conscious, non-material, then perhaps it could be separated from the body at the moment of transition, not allowed to drift into the beyond, not allowed to vanish, but trapped, not violently, not through force, but through resonance. Heimgart's design included a low-frequency emitter tuned to ancient Aramaic phonemes, which he believed echoed the soul's own departure signature. The moment the body was revived through electrical pulses, the jar would resonate, drawing the animus, if such a thing existed, into the sealed chamber. The procedure began with ritual silence. Then the electrodes were placed. A controlled current shocked the chest of Brother Paolo. His body spasmed. His arms jerked. The copper ring glowed faintly. On the third pulse, his eyes opened. They did not blink. No sound came from his mouth. But something moved in the jar. Condensation formed, then froze. A slow spiral of frost crept along the inner glass like fingers trying to escape. Father Heimgart screamed. The exorcist began to pray aloud. The jar shook. A low tone vibrated from within it, though no one had touched it. The frost thickened into a lattice, crystalline, geometric, a web of angles that shimmered faintly in the torchlight. Then everything went silent. The body on the table fell limp, the pulse monitor flatlined, and the jar stopped vibrating. They waited. Nothing changed. But the frost remained. It never melted. Even after being removed from the chamber, even after being placed in a warm vault for observation, the frost stayed intact. Not wet, not evaporating, fixed in place as if carved from permanent ice. A scientist from the Pontifical Academy was called in. He examined the jar for temperature anomalies, electromagnetic radiation, any sign of mechanical trickery. He found none. He offered one sentence in his report. This object violates known thermodynamics. But that was not the worst of it. Over the next 3 days, each of the 7 men who participated in the experiment reported the same dream. A figure behind glass. No face. Only a vague human outline. Floating. Watching. Its mouth never moved, but its presence was unbearable. Some said it stared, others said it pulsed, but all agreed on one detail. It was trying to speak. By the 4th day, the jar had to be moved. Whispers were reported in the hallway. Lights flickered near its resting chamber. One novice claimed to see his reflection move independently in its surface. The decision was made to bury it. But the Pope at the time, Pius XII, overruled them. He ordered it sealed in a lead case and hidden in the catacombs of Priscilla. No label, no warning. Only a sigil carved into the stone above, 3 concentric circles, broken by a single vertical line. The symbol does not exist in church records, but it appears once, in a forbidden scroll attributed to a Syrian sect that believed death was a pause, not an end. The symbol they claimed meant, what cannot return must not be sent. The jar remains there to this day, silent, frozen. No technology has explained its condition. No theology has accepted its meaning. But some believe it contains more than frost. Some believe it contains the scream of a soul interrupted, a consciousness denied its final breath, a fragment of identity half shorn from its host and held in stasis, a soul in cold storage. And if that is true, then the Vatican did more than experiment with resurrection. It committed metaphysical imprisonment, a crime not only against science, but against eternity. Today, only a few know the full story. But the jar exists. Its frost still clings to the glass, and in certain candlelight, if you look closely, some say the outline of a mouth can still be seen. Open, waiting, not for breath, but for release. Two worlds once existed side by side. In one, priests opened scrolls of linen inked with spells older than kings. They walked barefoot in sand that remembered names of gods lost to time. They whispered to the dead and expected answers. In the other, bishops read letters from apostles. They broke bread in candlelit chapels. They baptized in rivers where water was prayer. They did not command. They supplicated. One spoke the language of mastery, the other, the language of mercy. But what happens when these worlds collide? To understand this, we must examine both systems, not as rivals, but as structures of control. Both desert magic and early Christian ritual sought the same outcome: to reach beyond the veil, to touch the invisible, to alter reality. But their methods, assumptions, and limits were radically different. Let us begin with desert magic. The magical systems practiced in the Sinai, Thebes, and Memphis were not chaotic spells from folklore. They were organized, codified, and passed through priestly hierarchies. Every word mattered. Every symbol had weight. Rituals were calibrated to the stars, the seasons, the breath of the practitioner. A misstep could cause collapse. A misspoken incantation could open doors not meant to open. These systems treated the universe as a map of powers, each with a name, a domain, and a way to be influenced. Magic was not evil. It was alignment, harmony with forces beyond human scale. It was a science of spirits. The use of desert salt, the summoning circles, the copper jars. These were not superstition. They were devices in a toolkit of soul manipulation. They assumed that the human will, properly trained, could bind, release, or recall spiritual entities. That life and death were not opposites, but positions in a spectrum. Contrast this with early Christian ritual. The church of the first 6 centuries after Christ did not claim mastery over spirits. It claimed obedience to one. All acts of healing, resurrection, and spiritual transformation were attributed solely to the intervention of God through Christ. The human role was to ask, not to act. Early exorcisms, for example, did not involve spells or gestures of dominance. They involved scripture, faith, and the invocation of divine authority. Saints who performed miracles were seen as vessels, not technicians. Even the Eucharist, central to Christian worship, was not described as magic, but as mystery. The transformation of bread into body was not controlled. It was accepted. It did not work because the priest was skilled. It worked because God allowed it. This difference of agency marks the core divide. In desert magic, the practitioner holds power. In Christian ritual, the practitioner relinquishes it. But as Christianity grew, particularly after its absorption into Roman political structures, this line began to blur. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, records show bishops using apotropaic symbols that originated in Egyptian lore. Crosses overlapped with solar discs. The Chai Ro was carved inside protective circles. Some even anointed the sick using mixtures of frankincense, myrrh, and powders found in embalming texts from Thebes. In secret, church scholars read the Hermetica, Egyptian Greek philosophical works that blended mysticism with cosmology. Some clergy, especially in Alexandria, began cataloging angels not found in the Bible. They mapped celestial hierarchies with the precision of pagan astrologers. By the time of Pope Sylvester II in the 10th century, the line between sacred ritual and controlled operation had nearly vanished in some circles. Sylvester studied in Muslim Spain, where he encountered magical texts from Egypt, Babylon, and Persia. He built automata, mechanical devices some believed to be spirit-driven. Rumors spread that he had made a pact with infernal forces, but more likely, he had studied the same desert science that priests of Amun once practiced. Still, the official church never embraced this integration. It feared the implications. Because desert magic, when stripped of its context, invites human pride. If a priest can bind a soul, why need God? If a pope can summon rain, why wait for grace? This tension exploded during the later Middle Ages. Heretical groups, like the Cathars and certain Gnostic sects, began practicing hybrid rituals, Christian prayers mixed with magical diagrams. They claimed divine authority but used ancient techniques. They were hunted, tried, and burned, but not because their methods failed, because they worked too closely to something dangerous, something the church itself may have once tasted and then rejected, or hid. Even today, echoes of this collision remain. Christian rituals retain vestiges of earlier systems. Holy water is stored in basins whose shapes mirror ancient Egyptian offering bowls. Incense is swung from chains in patterns similar to rituals of Osiris. Vestments worn by bishops recall the linen garments of temple magi. These may be aesthetic choices, or they may be unconscious inheritances. But perhaps the most chilling inheritance lies in the Vatican's most secret chambers, not in its cathedrals, not in its libraries, but in its vaults, where jars remain cold, where salt remains dry, where souls may still whisper, and where behind layers of ritual, the ancient logic of magic still hums, waiting to be heard again. There is ink that does not reflect light. It does not gleam under candle flame. It does not shimmer beneath the sun. It seems to drink the brightness around it, folding it inward like a mouth that never opens but still consumes. The ancient priests of Abydos called it Ankh-Serk, the ink that steals vision. The scroll was discovered in 1876 in the collapsed crypt of a temple near Saqqara. The expedition, financed by a European collector with ties to the Vatican, unearthed a bundle of papyrus fragments buried in a copper casket. Unlike most scrolls, which crumble under oxygen exposure, this one remained intact. Unrolled for the first time in almost 3,000 years, it revealed symbols that bent strangely under torchlight. The black ink did not shine. It swallowed the glow, turning matte, dead, as if the writing had no substance at all, only absence. But it was not just the visual anomaly that disturbed the researchers. It was the sound. As the scroll was opened, carefully, slowly, a low hum began to fill the chamber. No one spoke. No one moved. Yet the sound was clear. It was not metallic, not environmental. It was vocal, wordless, deep, like the breath of a choir buried beneath sand. The sound stopped as suddenly as it began. It was dismissed as wind. But when the scroll was transported to the Vatican, under the highest secrecy, those assigned to its study experienced the same phenomenon. The room would hum, sometimes for seconds, sometimes for minutes, and always from the scroll. Not the papyrus itself, but the ink. Samples were taken. Under microscopes, the ink appeared to shimmer at a sub-visible frequency. It responded to changes in temperature and sound waves. When struck by specific tones, especially low chants or Gregorian scales, it vibrated faintly. A chemical analysis, performed in 1882 by a Jesuit chemist named Frater Dominique, revealed components never before documented. The ink contained crushed onyx mixed with magnetite, extracts from unknown desert fungi, human blood, AB negative, that resisted clotting, and something else. A compound that responded to ultraviolet light with sudden bursts of heat. This was not ink made for reading. It was ink made for ritual. The scroll itself, once partially translated, contained not language in the usual sense, but phonetic incantations. No verbs, no grammar, just names, hundreds of them, some repeated, some whispered. Many of the names were unrecognizable, but a few matched inscriptions found in tombs from the Old Kingdom, names of priests who were buried under accusations of necromancy. It is believed the scroll was used not for teaching, but for summoning. But not summoning the dead. Summoning the voice of the dead. A kind of ritual resonance meant to reanimate the speech of those long gone, not to bring their souls back, but to restore their words, their memory, their vibration. The ink acted as a conductor, a dark mirror. When the scroll was chanted aloud, using a scale reconstructed from ancient Coptic funerary tones, the ink itself began to sing, not through movement, but through harmonics. The black lines resonated, and from them emerged overlapping echoes, fragments of human syllables, whispers layered in time. It did not matter if the scroll was read forward or backward. The sound always began with a breath, then syllables, then silence, as if the scroll itself remembered how it was last spoken and demanded to be heard again. This phenomenon caught the attention of the Custodes Silentii, the Vatican's silent order. They moved the scroll to a deeper vault, sealed behind glass and gold leaf inscriptions from the Psalms. Only 4 people were permitted to study it. 3 later requested transfer. The 4th lost his voice permanently. He claimed the ink had taken it. From a theological standpoint, the scroll posed a heretical danger. It suggested that human voice could be captured, replicated, and reanimated through physical medium. That sound was not ephemeral. That soul could cling to ink. That memory could echo. It was too close to the forbidden arts. Too similar to the myths of the Sibylline books, which once predicted Rome's fall through song. Too reminiscent of the Babel Codex, another lost scroll said to contain the first human scream ever written. In 1938, during the reign of Pope Pius XI, an attempt was made to destroy the scroll. It was placed in a sealed furnace, blessed with holy oil, and burned for 6 hours. But the ash retained the marks. Even when dissolved in water, the pattern of the script floated to the surface. Like a fingerprint. Like something that would not forget. So the ashes were recollected, pressed into a wafer of wax, locked in a black reliquary, stored in a steel chamber 40 meters below the Vatican Library, marked only by a blank plaque. But scholars still wonder, What if the scroll was not cursed? What if it was a gift? What if it did not summon the dead, but allowed us to listen, not to resurrect, not to manipulate, but to remember? To hear the voices of those whose breath ended, but whose stories remain. Ink is not just pigment, it is a decision, and the scroll, once touched, never forgets the hand that touched it. When faced with the unknown, institutions have two choices: eradicate it or preserve it. The Vatican more than once has chosen the latter. It is one of the most paradoxical truths hidden beneath the cobblestones of Rome, that the institution which represents eternal truth, divine order, and moral clarity that collects the forbidden, studies the blasphemous, and seals away the unacceptable instead of burning it to ash. Why? The case of the singing scroll, written in ink that consumed light and echoed forgotten voices, is a perfect example. In 1938, when the scroll was nearly destroyed, something happened. The fire failed. The ink refused to vanish. The symbols reappeared in ash, in water, in wax. Even under acid, remnants of the scroll reassembled, microscopically, but persistently. It was as if the object did not want to die, and perhaps more disturbingly, it could not die. So the Vatican chose a different path, not destruction, but containment. The scroll was sealed, locked, and hidden under layers of prayer and iron. Not because the Church believed it was holy, not because it believed it was demonic, but because it believed it was dangerous, and that danger is exactly why it was preserved. The Vatican has long maintained a two-tiered response to objects of arcane or supernatural potential. The first is doctrinal: deny, denounce, destroy. The second is practical: investigate, isolate, archive. This second protocol is far older than most realize. It dates back to the library of Saint Damasus in the 4th century, when early Christian scribes began cataloging heretical texts instead of burning them outright. The idea was simple: how can one refute error if one does not understand it? But with time, that practical logic expanded. By the 13th century, under Pope Innocent III, the Church began compiling what some now call the Index Occultus, a list of artifacts, manuscripts, and objects deemed too powerful or too heretical to destroy. Because some knowledge cannot be undone, because some truths are irreversible, and because destruction is not always the safest option. To destroy a scroll that speaks, what must be burned? The material or the voice? And what if the voice escapes in the process? Church theologians asked such questions in secret. They debated not just the theological implications, but the metaphysical risk. Could destruction release what was bound? Could burning a scroll become unintentionally a ritual of summoning? The singing scroll was not seen as merely paper and ink. It was seen as a vessel, and vessels are not always empty when broken. There was also precedent. In 1627, the Vatican tried to destroy an apocryphal text known as the Fifth Gospel of Seraphil, a book said to contain the speech of angels, translated into human vowels. When the book was placed in a sacred furnace, the flames inverted. The fire turned blue. The monk who initiated the burn suffered auditory hallucinations for 7 days. He died whispering syllables no one could identify. After that, a policy emerged: seal what resists destruction. The reasoning is both theological and strategic. Theologically, the Church fears accidental blasphemy. Destroying what it does not fully understand risks treading upon ground only God may judge. Strategically, the Church understands the power of knowledge. even forbidden knowledge. If such an object exists, and it cannot be destroyed, better that it remain in the Church's custody than fall into the hands of sorcerers, occultists, or rogue states. Control is a form of protection, but it is also a form of temptation. Archivists assigned to the scroll were rotated every 18 months. No one was allowed extended contact. The Vatican feared not just what the scroll might do, but what it might inspire. Curiosity can be as dangerous as belief, and so the scroll was sealed. But it was also studied. In the 1970s, under Pope Paul VI, the Church approved a series of non-sacramental acoustic studies. Jesuit scientists attempted to measure the harmonic frequencies emitted by the scroll when exposed to chants in Latin, Greek, and Coptic. They discovered that the scroll responded most strongly to a single sequence, an ancient funerary tone from pre-Ptolemaic Egypt. The scroll pulsed, not violently, but rhythmically, like a heartbeat. One scientist proposed that the ink contained crystalline structures capable of vibrating in micropatterns, suggesting a primitive audio recording mechanism embedded in organic ink. This theory was silenced. The lab closed. The scroll was moved deeper underground, and no further studies were sanctioned. Still, the question lingers. Why does the Vatican keep such things? Why preserve a scroll that defies God's silence? Perhaps because faith, real faith, must look at the abyss without blinking. Perhaps because some heresies contain warnings. Or perhaps, most dangerously of all, because someone, someday, might need it. The Vatican does not only preserve the truth, it preserves the things that once threatened it. It keeps the keys to doors no one dares open, not because it plans to open them, but because it knows others will try. And when they do, it will be ready. In ancient Egypt, death was not the end. It was a journey. And the key to surviving that journey was not gold or power or the favor of kings. It was language. The Book of the Dead was not a book in the modern sense. It was a collection of spells, texts carved on tomb walls, painted on coffins, and written on papyrus that served as a guide for the soul. Each passage was a tool, a defense, a password whispered to guardian spirits, or a plea made before divine judges. Without these words, the soul would wander lost, but the spells did more than guide the dead. They protected the living. The ancient Egyptians believed that the right words, spoken or written, could alter reality, that the act of naming something gave it power. That language was not symbolic, it was causal. And from that belief emerged the most feared concept in Egyptian ritual life, the spoken curse, a malediction that once uttered could not be undone. Words that, when properly aligned with breath and will, could shatter health, twist fate, or call death from the shadows. This fear of word power was not superstition. It was systematized. Names were hidden. Tombs were sealed, not just to preserve bodies, but to silence them. Inscriptions were sometimes written in code, not to encrypt knowledge, but to trap it, to prevent it from activating when spoken by the wrong voice. Now consider this. The Vatican scroll that sang in darkness, a scroll that responded to voice, that pulsed when chanted to, that seemed to echo human syllables buried for centuries. Its structure parallels the Book of the Dead. Both are collections of names. Both are phonetic, not grammatical. Both rely on sound, not meaning. But while the Book of the Dead guides souls out of death, the Vatican scroll appears to call something back. And that inversion is precisely what terrified Vatican scholars. For if language has the power to preserve, then it also has the power to bind. In the Coptic fragments recovered from desert monasteries, there are whispers of the Black Liturgy, a set of rituals designed to hold a soul in place through the repetition of its name in forbidden tones. These rituals were condemned by early bishops. They were said to cause spiritual freezing, a soul unable to reincarnate, unable to ascend, and at the center of this ritual logic, ink. Spoken curses once carried by wind faded, but written curses endured. They held the vibration, they fixed it into matter, like a fossilized sound. This is the fear that grew within the Vatican's hidden chambers, that the singing scroll was not a record of the dead, but a weapon made of voice, a matrix of names and syllables designed not to speak to the dead, but to trap them, to fix their presence, to recreate them in sonic fragments. In 1942, a Dominican scholar named Father Michael Theron argued that the scroll should not be studied as text, but as an acoustic prison. He pointed out that when the scroll was read backward in reverse phonetic order, the resulting tone became dissonant, jagged, painful to the ear. The ink vibrated violently. One observer suffered temporary hearing loss. It was as if the scroll punished incorrect recitation, or worse, it recognized intent. Much like the Book of the Dead, which required precise recitation to activate its protective spells, the Vatican scroll responded not only to sound, but to the will behind the voice. Which raises a darker question. Could a name, chanted with ill intent, function as a curse, even within the context of the scroll? Could this ancient object contain more than memory? Could it contain vengeance? In Egyptian funerary practice, there was a ritual called the execration spell. Names of enemies were written on clay figures, which were then broken or buried. This act was not symbolic, it was judicial. To write a name was to touch a person's essence. To destroy the name was to attack the soul. Now imagine such a principle embedded in an indestructible scroll, and imagine that some of the names were written not to honor the dead, but to bind them in torment. This would explain the Vatican's extreme caution, their refusal to allow prolonged reading, their decision to bury the scroll in silence under psalms of protection, because they were not just preserving an artifact, they were containing a sentence written in a language older than Hebrew, a sentence that may never have ended. In modern theological terms, this challenges the very nature of prayer, ritual, and sacrament. It blurs the line between invocation and control, between liturgy and sorcery, between memory and manipulation. But the Egyptians knew that line well. They walked it every time they placed ink to papyrus, and perhaps unknowingly, so did the scribes who copied fragments of this scroll into Coptic chant. So did the early mystics who mapped vowels to planets. So did the monks who heard whispers in catacombs and believed they had merely remembered something. But they had not remembered. They had activated. Words are not safe, not when they carry names, not when they carry pain. And in the shadows of the Vatican, behind seals and sigils, there remains a scroll that listens and waits, not to be read, but to be spoken again. It is said that silence is sacred, but in the bowels of the Vatican there is a hallway where silence was engineered to speak. Its stones do not echo randomly, they whisper. And the man behind this phenomenon was not a magician, nor a mystic, but an architect. His name was Fra Giuliano Sangallo, a Dominican friar, mathematician, and designer who lived in the late 15th century. His name rarely appears in Vatican annals. His works are overshadowed by giants like Michelangelo and Bramante. But in a hidden passage beneath the Apostolic Palace, his legacy breathes in stone. It is known to a select few as the Corridoio dell'Eco, the Corridor of Echo. Built sometime between 1496 and 1501, this narrow tunnel, no wider than 2 arms' length, stretches under one of the private chapels reserved for papal meditation. Its purpose was never officially recorded. No papal bull, no commission ledger, and yet the corridor exists, carved in volcanic tuff, lined with a mortar blend containing crushed quartz and mica. When one stands at the entrance of the corridor and speaks above a whisper, the sound does not echo back as expected. It bends, travels, finds the ear of someone standing at the far end, 30 meters away, as if whispered just beside them. But the sound does not distort. It amplifies clarity. The corridor works only for certain tones, especially those used in prayer. Ave Maria, Pater Noster, Kyrie eleison. These phrases float through the air like breath returned. The earliest documented experiment with the corridor comes from 1502, when a Jesuit novice wrote in his private diary about hearing the voice of the Pope during silent hours, as if it emerged from the stone itself, yet no mouth moved. This phenomenon was not supernatural. It was engineered. Fra Sangalo, though cloaked in religious modesty, was obsessed with sound. He believed that prayer, when spoken with purity of heart, resonated not just spiritually, but physically. That divine intent altered the nature of sound waves. He began experimenting with geometry, testing how curvature, mineral density, and spatial compression could carry voice. He called it architectural psalmody, and the Vatican gave him quiet permission to explore it. The corridor was his masterpiece. He designed it as a spiritual telephone, a way for prayer to move without being heard by others, a communion between spaces. But something strange happened. The corridor began to respond. Monks reported hearing voices when none were present. Not imagined voices, identifiable ones. Whispers of prayers not yet spoken. Or worse, prayers that had once been whispered in pain, fear, or guilt. In one chilling account from 1510, a confessor claimed to hear a dying man's final prayer repeated nightly at the same hour, even though the man had passed weeks earlier. Acoustic scholars in later centuries dismissed these claims as coincidence, auditory illusion, or atmospheric pressure interacting with the corridor's unique shape. But for those who stood inside it, something felt undeniable. The corridor remembered. Sound did not vanish. It lingered. The corridor became restricted, sealed off. Access was granted only to papal confessors and a small order of Dominican monks known as the Custodes Vocis, the keepers of the voice. Their task was simple: to listen and record. By the 17th century, the corridor was wired with early listening tubes, hollow reeds that allowed external observers to monitor internal sounds without disturbing the acoustics. But the voices heard were not always human. Some sounded like chants in unknown languages. Others were breathless sobs that faded with no source. One custodes wrote in 1661, "I fear these are not echoes. I fear they are remnants, memories, souls tied not to the flesh, but to the syllables they left behind." Fra Sangalo had theorized something similar. In his final manuscript, confiscated and never published, he proposed that stone, when structured properly, could retain vocal resonance. That limestone, particularly when mixed with crystalline minerals, could function like a living ear. In essence, a recording device centuries before the phonograph. But what made it disturbing was this. The stones did not play back sounds randomly. They responded to intent, to prayer, to need. They chose what to reveal. One pope, whose name remains redacted in Vatican archives, reportedly used the corridor to speak final confessions alone. He believed the corridor heard with more mercy than any priest. And perhaps it did. But that mercy came at a cost. In 1827, after a series of disturbing vocal events, murmured threats, screams with no source, and the repeating phrase "ego video T, I see you," the corridor was sealed with a marble wall. A bronze inscription was placed above it, quoting Psalm 94:9, "He who planted the ear, does he not hear?" Today, most in the Vatican deny the corridor ever existed. But it is still there. Walled, yes. Forgotten, never. And if one walks the eastern crypt of the Apostolic Palace at night, near the oldest chapel wall, and leans close enough, they say the stone is still warm. They say if you pray out loud, the wall just might answer. Centuries may pass, but some stones do not forget. In 1975, a team of acoustic engineers from the Pontifical Academy of Sciences was granted limited access to the underground sectors of the Apostolic Palace. Officially, the objective was to study the architectural stability of aging chambers. Unofficially, their interest lay in something far more elusive. Anomalous audio behavior reported in a sealed-off corridor known only through fragments in Jesuit memoirs and the redacted journal of Fra Giuliano Sangallo. It began as a structural survey, but quickly became an acoustic mystery. The engineers, led by Professor Vittorio De Luca, a physicist known for his studies of echo mapping, set up directional microphones and sonar pulse emitters along the sealed wall believed to hide the corridor of echo. Their initial findings were unexpected. The stone surface returned not one but multiple echoes, each layered at different frequencies, as if sound was reflecting through invisible passageways beyond the wall. Then came the anomaly. When white noise was played toward the wall, pure, unstructured sound, the recording devices captured something else in return. Not white noise, but fragments of language, soft, muffled, disordered. The syllables were not random. Linguists later confirmed that they matched early Latin and pre-Coptic phonemes, though not in any coherent order. Some fragments resembled funeral chants. Others mirrored the tonal structures of penitential psalms. Professor De Luca, a secular scientist with no known religious convictions, made an entry in his journal that read simply, "The stones replied." The Vatican never released the full report, only a short summary citing acoustic irregularities due to structural layering. But one member of the team, an intern named Marco Lucetti, leaked portions of the audio in the 1990s, anonymously uploading degraded copies to early online forums. Among them was a 17-second recording nicknamed La Voce del Muro, the voice of the wall. The audio contains what sounds like a whispered phrase in Latin, "Veni, mi vide," come, see me. Skeptics called it a hoax, auditory pareidolia, a case of the human brain finding patterns where none exist. But Vatican archivists were less dismissive. Several recognized the phrase structure. It mirrors a line found in a suppressed epistle from the 3rd century Gnostic text Tractus Lux, banned for its doctrine that divine memory is embedded in matter, and that was not the only case. In 2002, during renovations to the crypts beneath the Lateran Basilica, Workers reported disembodied murmurs echoing from a wall adjacent to a collapsed tunnel. Investigators arrived within hours. Audio surveillance was installed. Over 3 nights, the recording devices captured irregular sound waves, especially during the liturgy hours, dawn, midday, and twilight. More curiously, these murmurs coincided with recorded seismic silence. No tremors, no vibration. Yet the wall spoke. Spectrographic analysis of the sounds revealed a signature matching the 1975 Vatican anomaly, not just in tone, but in decay curve. How the sound faded. It suggested that the source of the audio was not external, but embedded within the stone. A third incident occurred more recently. In 2017, a group of theology students conducting a sanctioned pilgrimage through the Vatican necropolis reported hearing their guide's voice continue even after he had stopped speaking. It echoed from a side wall. The guide, startled, confirmed he had said nothing further. A Vatican technician was dispatched, and using a modern ultrasonic mapping device, he confirmed that the wall retained thermal differentials, heat patterns, in the shape of speech bursts. This is impossible. Sound does not retain heat, unless something else is happening. Unless, as Fra Sangalo once speculated, certain minerals in stone act as memory conduits, not metaphorically, but physically. Structures that, when combined with sacred geometry and human intention, trap sound as a vibrational imprint. In simple terms, the walls record prayers. They record suffering. They record presence. And once a threshold is crossed, of grief, of faith, of repetition, the stone does not remain inert. It becomes responsive. This aligns eerily with traditions found in other cultures. In northern Ethiopia, it is said that certain mountain churches sing when you stand still in them at dawn. In Tibetan monasteries, there are chambers where chants from centuries ago seem to ripple through air long after the monks are gone. Is this metaphor? Or is it something science is only now beginning to detect? Piezoelectric minerals, such as quartz and mica, are known to generate electrical charges under pressure. These same minerals are present in the corridor's stone composition. They also react to temperature shifts and vibrations. If configured properly, they could act like ancient phonographs, not intentional ones, but accidental. And here lies the Vatican's unspoken dilemma. If the walls retain sound, if memory, emotion, or sin can be embedded, then architecture is no longer passive. It becomes a witness, a confessor, a judge. No longer can silence be assumed where mouths do not move. No longer can secrecy be trusted simply because a door is closed. The walls themselves may be listening, and perhaps one day they will speak again, not in fragments, not in whispers, but in full voice, unbroken, undeniable. And when they do, what secrets will they reveal? Inside the Vatican, silence is sacred. But not all silence is empty. For centuries, within those sealed catacombs and forgotten corridors, a question has haunted theologians, archivists, and exorcists alike. What if the dead are still speaking? And more dangerously, what if someone is listening? Long before the invention of magnetic tape or digital recording, the Church maintained a paradoxical relationship with sound. The spoken word, after all, is the foundation of liturgy. The voice consecrates bread, forgives sin, blesses the dying. Yet the voice is also the carrier of temptation, heresy, and possession. But there is a third category, a voice that does not come from the present, nor from God, nor even from the living. The Vatican has, since at least the 13th century, quietly documented cases of what it calls vox perduta, the lost voice, a phenomenon in which sounds, specifically human words, are heard in places where no speaker exists. These are not echoes. They do not mirror anything recently said. Instead, they arrive unbidden, untraceable, and often in languages long dead. One of the earliest documented accounts came in 1247, when a Benedictine monk stationed near the catacombs of St. Calixtus claimed he heard chanting in Syriac while alone in meditation. When he reported it, he was transferred, silently and without explanation. But his personal journal, hidden inside a leather binding, remains in the Archivum Secretum. It contains the line, "They sang as if waiting, as if they thought someone would answer." This idea, that the dead are not just whispering but calling, has consumed generations of Vatican thinkers, not just calling randomly, calling back, as if some voices were never meant to fade. This obsession intensified in the 17th century as the Church confronted a strange development, reports of spiritual resonance in the crypts of recently canonized saints. In one case, when a silver reliquary of St. Veronica was moved from a side chapel to a newly consecrated altar, the attending priests claimed they heard a woman's voice say, "Non hic ero longa," "I will not be here long." It wasn't a prayer. It was a warning. Attempts to replicate the sound failed, but a decision was made quietly. The Vatican would begin collecting residual vocal phenomena. These were not treated as miracles. They were treated as signals. Some called it spiritual archaeology. Others feared it was necrophonic blasphemy. But the obsession took root. In the 1930s, under Pope Pius XI, a secret commission was established within the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, then still known as the Holy Office. Its mission was not to silence heresy, but to listen for it, from beyond. They called themselves auditores noctis, listeners of the night. Working with acousticians from the Gregorian University, they began placing experimental audio devices in crypts, tombs, and ancient libraries. Most were analog sound collectors built into prayer stands or confessional booths. Their function was simple, to capture uninitiated sound. The results were chilling. Over a period of 6 years, the commission collected dozens of recordings, mostly indistinct hums, breath-like pulses, and occasional clicks, but one, recorded in 1938 beneath the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls, defied explanation. It lasted 4 seconds. The voice was male. In Latin, it spoke, "Cur tantum moror?" Why do I wait so long? There was no one present at the time of recording. The voice was not part of any known mass or liturgy. It sounded impatient. That phrase, "Cur tantum moror," was known to the auditories. It appeared once before, in a medieval mystic's dream log from 1312. The log was dismissed at the time, but now it had returned, in sound. Was it coincidence or continuity? The Vatican began to reconsider its stance, not to embrace, but to contain. Soundproof chambers were constructed deep within the apostolic archive, not to suppress modern noise, but to isolate ancient noise. Prayers were recited and recorded in dead languages, Sumerian, Aramaic, Demotic Egyptian. The responses, if any, were subtle, but those assigned to listen reported more than auditory anomalies. They reported dreams, recurring ones, voices calling them by name, calling them to return. No church official ever endorsed these events publicly, but internal documents referred to them as vocal hauntings. The fear was not just that something was trapped in stone, but that something had learned to follow sound back. Even now, the Vatican is not done listening. There are whispered rumors of a modern project codenamed Linea Mortuorum, the line of the dead. It is said to involve infrasound mapping of catacombs, pairing ultrasonic pulses with theological invocation to trigger buried frequencies. Some believe the church is still searching, not for voices, but for a name. One name. One soul. One ancient entity whose silence threatens to break. Because if the walls have ears, and the dead still speak, then the greatest question facing the Vatican is not if they will answer. It is whether we should have ever called to them in the first place. In the candlelit chambers beneath the Apostolic Palace, there exists a vestment that is never displayed, never worn, and never mentioned in any official Vatican inventory. It is locked behind 3 gates, sealed inside a climate-controlled reliquary, and wrapped not in linen, but in ash-dyed papyrus. To those few allowed to glimpse it, the sight is unforgettable. A long chasuble, deep crimson, edged with gold. But unlike any other ecclesiastical robe in the Catholic world, this one does not shimmer with silk or brocade. It pulses. Its surface, when viewed closely, reveals threads woven with the slightest grainy shimmer, almost iridescent. And beneath that shimmer, the unmistakable hue of dried blood. It is known by only one name within the classified archives, sanguinis sacra, the sacred blood. Not a metaphor, not a relic of martyrdom, but a vestment created with blood, intentionally, ritually, and with knowledge pulled from 2 worlds that, on the surface, never should have met: Christianity and ancient Egyptian magic. The origin of the robe traces back to a manuscript discovered in the early 1600s by a Jesuit scholar named Father Lorenzo Marchesi, who was sent by the Vatican to Cairo under the guise of a linguistic expedition. What he found instead was a crumbling scroll hidden within the walls of a ruined monastery once used by early Coptic monks. The scroll described a peculiar ritual from the 3rd century A.D., when the lines between Egyptian mysticism and Christian theology were still blurred. The ritual was known as the Sacrificium Vocis, the sacrifice of the voice. Its purpose was neither atonement nor worship. It was binding. By blending the sacrificial blood of a divine servant with tinctures of crushed lotus, hematite dust, and cedar ash, the ritualist would soak a linen robe meant to be worn only during invocations of death and resurrection. The robe, once dried in full moonlight, was believed to sing in the presence of relics, to chant without wind, to glow without flame. Marchesi returned to Rome with the scroll and a sample of fabric retrieved from the ruins. It matched the exact proportions and coloring of what would later become the sanguinis sacra. But the real mystery began when a chemist working in the Vatican's botanical cloister examined the blood stains. The DNA markers were human, but mixed with non-human proteins that suggested an ancient and extinct form of blood treatment once used to embalm pharaohs. It was as if the blood was made to resist decay, not preserve the body, but preserve intent. That same year, Cardinal Giulio della Rovere ordered the commission of a replica vestment based on the scroll's formula. The tailor, an expert in relic restoration, followed the instructions precisely, but during the drying phase, the robe refused to remain inert. It curled, warped, and in the silence of the sacristy it made a sound, a breath, not from outside, from within the fabric. A priest witnessing the event fainted. He later claimed that the robe had uttered a word, a single syllable, redemo, I redeem. The replica was destroyed immediately, burned, its ashes scattered beyond Vatican walls. But the original, darker, quieter, more ancient, was kept and hidden. Why? Because something in that robe changed the way the Vatican understood faith as material, not just as belief, but as substance, as fabric that can hold will, pain, memory. To fully grasp this, one must return to ancient Egypt. The priesthood of Thoth, the god of writing and magic, believed that sacred clothing was not symbolic. It was operational, that the dyes, oils, and symbols woven into ritual vestments were vessels, containers of breath, of spiritual weight. In particular, blood was considered not merely life, but intention made liquid. To stain fabric with blood was to stain it with memory, purpose, and resonance. Christianity would, centuries later, echo this idea, especially in the doctrine of transubstantiation, where wine becomes blood and ritual becomes embodiment. But the sanguinis sacra was something far more literal, not theological metaphor, but an object of convergence, a place where Egyptian and Christian rituals fused at the level of atoms and breath. Its patterns, when viewed under ultraviolet light in a 1974 private analysis, revealed two layers of inscriptions. The outer layer, standard Christian iconography, crosses, lambs, the chi-rho. The inner layer, revealed only through light spectrometry, Egyptian hieratic notations linked to binding rites. One symbol matched the glyph for contain soul, another, seal in silence. This was not coincidence. It was a deliberate hybrid ritual, intended to house both the voice of the priest and the soul of the sacrifice. The robe is never worn, not because it is too sacred, but because it is too charged. In 1936, when the robe was briefly unwrapped for examination by a Carmelite monk and Vatican exorcist, both men reported shortness of breath, burning in the palms, and intense emotional reactions ranging from despair to euphoria. Both collapsed. Neither remembered the moment they touched it. But a third witness claimed that, for a brief moment, the robe bled again. Just a drop. Then silence. This is why the Vatican does not destroy it, because it may no longer be cloth. It may be prayer made visible, or grief, or sacrifice that never ended. Today, the sanguinis sacra rests in a sealed chamber marked by no plaque, no record, no mention in any ecclesiastical codex. But those who tend to the chamber follow a rule: no speaking near the robe, because it listens, and sometimes, when the lights dim, it answers. There are moments in history that resist explanation, not because they defy logic, but because they hide behind it. The year was 1629. Europe was dying. From Milan to Mantua, the Italian peninsula was gripped by one of the deadliest waves of bubonic plague since the Black Death. In Rome, fear had turned to despair. Churches rang out funeral bells day and night. Processions became smaller. The Tiber ran thicker with the runoff of burnt linen and lime-washed coffins. The Pope, Urban VIII, was under pressure, not from the people, but from silence. Rome had not yet been touched, but it was surrounded. And if the epidemic crossed the walls of the Eternal City, it would not just claim lives, it would claim faith. But then, something happened. The Vatican convened a secret consistory of 6 cardinals. Not unusual. What made it peculiar was the location. It was not held in the Lateran, nor in the papal apartments. It was convened beneath the Vatican library in a vaulted hall used only twice in recorded history, once during the sack of Rome in 1527 and once more during a celestial event in 1572. There, in that dark stone chamber, each cardinal was presented with a set of vestments unlike any they had seen. Not soft, flowing robes, but heavy tunics with reinforced stitching and gold-threaded lining. They shimmered with crimson undertones, and upon closer inspection bore the faint, faded imprint of hieroglyphs. They were not told the garment's origin, only this: "You are to walk the city walls in silent prayer, at dawn, without shoes, without guards." And they obeyed. 6 men in blood-stitched vestments, walking barefoot along the leonine walls as the sun rose. The record of this procession exists only in a single line from a monk's journal. They walked with the weight of the tomb, and the city exhaled. That day, the first known case of plague in Trastevere was reported, but the next day, none. A week passed, then 2. Rome remained untouched. Even as the disease devoured Milan and Genoa, Rome was spared. Some credited the Pope's medical restrictions, others pointed to chance. But within Vatican circles, a different theory whispered like smoke. The vestments had not protected the city. They had absorbed something. The 6 cardinals, dubbed custodes sanguinis, keepers of the blood, did not speak publicly about the garments. But behind closed doors they were changed men. One reportedly refused to eat meat again. Another began writing in Egyptian demotic script, despite never having studied it. All 6 died within 5 years. Not of plague, but of internal rupture, mental collapse, or, according to one sealed file, evaporated consciousness. The last phrase comes from the file of Cardinal Pietro Solari, whose final weeks were marked by hallucinations. He believed the vestments had begun to breathe, that when he placed them in storage, they exhaled warmth into the room. He told his confessor, "It weeps, even when folded." And so the church buried the incident, literally. The vestments were locked in stone caskets and placed in the lowest levels of Castel Sant'Angelo. But 3 decades later, during another plague flare, the debate returned. Should they be worn again? The Vatican hesitated, and then refused. Because in the years following the cardinal procession, Rome had remained largely free from mass outbreaks. But those who had contacted the garments directly suffered from escalating signs of possession-like symptoms. One sacristan began speaking in reversed Latin. A laundry sister reported recurring dreams of standing before an altar where the robes bled from the seams. And a young seminarian, after accidentally touching the lining of one folded vestment, entered a month-long catatonic state. When he awoke, he drew a series of circles in ash, each containing a glyph of protection, identical to those found in tombs along the Valley of the Kings. The connection was undeniable. These were not just garments, they were containers, armors, yes, but not against disease, against death's passage itself. Some theologians began arguing that the vestments, stitched with ancient Egyptian rites and Christian relic fragments, functioned as barriers, sacramental shields not of doctrine but of resonance, that the plague, being more than microbial, was in part spiritual, a collective infection of fear, of despair, of moral collapse, and that these robes, woven with blood from centuries past, absorbed that collapse, but at a cost. They did not repel the plague. They bargained with it. a frightening possibility, because if true, it meant that each time the robes were worn, Rome was spared. But someone had to pay, and the evidence suggested that the cardinals themselves, by wearing the blood-woven vestments, became temporary vessels for that sacrifice. This was no longer liturgy. This was alchemy in cassock form. Today, 3 of the 6 robes are confirmed to exist. 2 remain lost, either destroyed or sealed beneath Vatican gardens. The final one? It is rumored to be encased in lead, hidden behind the walls of the Hall of Benedictions, where new popes first address the world. Some believe it remains there as a last resort, not to be worn, but to be unleashed, not against plague, but should something darker rise. The question remains unanswered. Did the robes save Rome? Or did Rome offer its faith, sown in blood, to a power it never truly understood? At what point does a miracle become a sin? When the air clears after a plague. When a child survives after the prayers of a dying monk. When a robe soaked in blood glows beneath a cathedral's dome and the fever lifts from a city. Is that holiness or heresy? These are not questions the Church asks lightly, nor are they questions answered easily. And yet, buried deep within the Vatican's most confidential theological discourses, this very dilemma has echoed across centuries. Can the use of forbidden knowledge, if it saves lives, still be called forbidden? The events surrounding the blood-woven vestments, the so-called armor of God, forced the Catholic hierarchy into an uncomfortable corner. When 6 cardinals marched around Rome in 1629 wearing garments laced with ancient Egyptian formulas, the plague halted. No scientific explanation emerged. No natural barrier or policy accounted for the sudden immunity of the city. What followed was a moral aftershock. On one side stood the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, citing centuries of canon law. They argued that any rite, not rooted directly in the sacraments, any practice drawing upon foreign cosmologies or ritual blood work, constituted implicit apostasy. On the other side stood the Congregation for the Causes of Saints, quietly observing the results and asking a darker question. What if God chooses to work through mystery, even mystery we do not understand? Documents retrieved from private theological debates held in 1631, now classified as Dialogues Umbrarum, the Dialogue of Shadows, show that church officials were divided not just by faith, but by fear. One cardinal wrote, "What if heresy is only the name we give to miracles that frighten us?" Another countered, "The devil too can save, if it suits his ends." The dilemma was not theoretical. For centuries, the Church had encountered men and women who healed the sick, drove out spirits, calmed storms, not through canonical prayers but through hybrid invocations, blending Coptic incantations with gospel passages, calling upon the 4 winds using psalms and hieroglyphs alike. These individuals were often burned or buried in silence. But what if they had stumbled upon a current that flowed beneath both traditions, a power neither pagan nor Christian but primordial? In Egypt, blood was life. In Christianity, blood is also life. But in the blending, the weaving of literal blood into vestments worn in prayer, something happened that neither theology had fully prepared for. Results. And results demand reckoning. Vatican ethicists posed a sharp dilemma. If a heretical practice saves the innocent, is it more ethical to reject it and let them die, or to embrace it and risk opening the Church to forces it cannot control? This dilemma took on particular urgency during a smaller outbreak in 1656. Rome again faced infection. The surviving vestments were considered for use, but this time the Pope hesitated. A report from that year includes the chilling line, "We saved the city once, but who saved the cardinals?" The Vatican had begun to suspect that the garments did not protect indiscriminately. They demanded exchange, not of gold nor prayer, but of presence. Each time the robe was worn, it may have absorbed the affliction from the people and channeled it into the wearer. This is not metaphor. In one preserved autopsy from 1633, the body of Cardinal Agostino Ferrati, one of the original 6, revealed no signs of plague. But his blood was filled with iron concentrations matching embalming fluid formulas from dynastic Egypt. He had not died of infection. He had converted into something else. So was he a martyr? A vessel? A bridge? The ethical debate intensified in the 18th century, when Enlightenment thinkers within the Jesuit order began framing the question as a matter of pragmatic theology. If prayer fails and magic works, is the will of God expressed in outcome or obedience? For traditionalists, the answer was clear: obedience. Faithfulness, even in the face of death, was holier than salvation through unclean means. But for others, those quietly tracking miracle-like results from hybrid rites, the answer lay in another concept: providence disguised as paradox. They argued that God may have hidden certain tools within forbidden knowledge, not as traps, but as tests of humility. That perhaps divine power flows through many rivers, and the Church's error was believing it could damn them all. Still, the official position remained firm. The vestments were never to be worn again. The scroll describing their making was fragmented. The room where they had been crafted, bricked shut. But the moral tension remained. In secret journals, multiple popes, from Benedict XIV to Pius IX, wrote reflections on the event, each ending with some variation of the same question. Is it better to preserve purity or to protect the flock? The dilemma echoes with terrifying relevance even today. In 2019, a restricted symposium was held inside the Vatican Observatory. Scientists, theologians, and historians gathered to review newly digitized acoustic data captured in the Vatican catacombs. One sound technician, unaffiliated with the Church, asked during the session, "If your walls could talk, and they told you how to save lives, but it required you to abandon orthodoxy, would you listen?" The room fell silent. It is the same silence that has followed every encounter with the vestments. Every appearance of blood-soaked relics, every healing that cannot be explained. Is salvation still salvation when it costs part of the soul? Or does it become something darker? Something earned through trade, not grace? The robe remains locked away, not because the Church doubts its power, but because it does not doubt. And that may be the most terrifying truth of all. Not that the sacred blood worked, but that it might work again. There is a chamber inside the Vatican that few even know exists. No crosses adorn its walls. No saints watch from stained glass. No incense perfumes the air. Instead, the ceiling is carved with constellations, star-for-star replicas of the night sky, not as it appears now, but as it was seen over the deserts of Egypt nearly 4,000 years ago. And in the center of the floor, encased beneath a sealed glass dome, lies a circular artifact inscribed with symbols no modern astronomer can fully decipher. It is not labeled in Latin, nor in Greek, but in a combination of Nabta Playa glyphs and Akkadian cuneiform, languages that should never have met. The Vatican calls it speculum caelestis, the mirror of the heavens. But among the archivists who have spent decades trying to understand it, it is known by a simpler, stranger name: the eye. The artifact first arrived in Rome in the early 1800s, allegedly recovered by Jesuit explorers embedded within Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. Official reports list it as an astronomical curiosity, but private dispatches between the Vatican's chief archivist and Pope Pius VII suggest something more. The eye was not a map, it was a mechanism, one built not to describe the cosmos, but to predict its effects on Earth. And not in the language of eclipses or orbits, but of human fate. The central lens of the eye is made of a type of glass found only in Libyan desert meteorite fields, similar to the material found in ancient scarabs buried with pharaohs. Around it, 12 concentric rings rotate independently, marked with animal sigils, solar flares, and fragments of prayers in over 6 different scripts. At specific celestial alignments, particularly when the star Sirius rises at dawn, the eye emits faint vibrations. But what truly disturbed the Vatican was the image projected beneath it. When illuminated under narrow bands of violet light, the glass core reflects a shape onto the ceiling. Not a constellation, not a map, but an eye, slitted like a serpent's, and surrounding it, figures falling from the sky. The earliest interpreters believed it to be apocalyptic in nature, a prophecy of judgment, perhaps. But as Vatican mathematicians began to chart its alignments over time, a darker pattern emerged. Every major celestial convergence predicted by the eye, whether planetary or stellar, correlated with moments of profound theological rupture. The Avignon Papacy, the excommunication of Martin Luther, the Second Vatican Council. Each was preceded precisely by a pattern on the eye aligning its pupil with a specific zodiacal node, as if fate itself blinked before every schism. By 1957, the Vatican had moved the eye to an underground observatory chamber known only to 4 clerics. Its use was classified, its readings encrypted in a codex labeled De Providentia Obscura, concerning the dark providence. But not all readings were disasters. Some pointed to moments of silent preservation, when disaster should have happened but didn't. When death passed over Rome, when secrets remained hidden, and in each case the pupil of the eye widened, as if in mercy. This led to a terrifying conclusion. The eye was not just observing fate, it was interacting with it and perhaps altering it. Some within the Vatican feared the artifact was not a gift from God, but a remnant of the pre-Adamic age, an intelligence sealed in glass, a divine or demonic machine left buried under desert sand for a future not yet written. Others believed it was part of a larger network, one of 7 instruments scattered across the earth, each connected by ancient rites to the firmament itself. But the Vatican only possessed one, and they feared that even one was too powerful, because it did not simply show what would come, it demanded a price for seeing. In 1983, during a rare alignment of Saturn and Pluto, the eye was activated by mistake. A junior cleric performing routine maintenance adjusted the lens at precisely the wrong moment. The room filled with heat. The lights dimmed, and for exactly 47 seconds, the projected eye blinked. The next morning, the cleric was found catatonic, whispering in a forgotten form of Proto-Semitic. He wrote a single phrase before his collapse. The dome will crack, the eye will open, and silence will end. The Vatican sealed the chamber, and since then, the eye has not been touched. But whispers continue. that it still vibrates when the moon is full, that it calls to those who pass above it, that one day it will open again, not to show the future, but to change it, not through prophecy, but through choice. Because if the eye is watching, then perhaps it is waiting. And the real question is not what it will reveal, but whether the church is ready to face what it has always feared. That fate is not given by God. It may be negotiated. They called him the Silent Star. Cardinal Girolamo Vescini was no firebrand, no loud prophet or political schemer. He was soft-spoken, devout, and utterly committed to the mathematical beauty of divine creation. Before his appointment to the College of Cardinals, he spent 20 years as a Jesuit astronomer in Cordoba, studying the paths of comets and the strange rhythms of magnetic anomalies that ancient seafarers once called the breath of the abyss. He believed that God had written his truth not only in Scripture, but in the skies. So when the Vatican reopened its secret observatory chamber in 1972 to reassess the artifact known as Speculum Celestis, the Eye of the Heavens, it was Vescini they called. He was briefed under oath, escorted through 4 levels of security, and shown the artifact in person for the first time. He did not speak for 10 minutes. Then he asked very calmly if he could observe it during the Sirius rising that would occur 3 days later. Permission was granted, and that was the last day Girolamo Vescini was ever the same. According to restricted transcripts from the Archivio Specularum, the viewing occurred just before dawn. The chamber was lit only by red candles. The eye had been calibrated by 2 Jesuit technicians, and everything appeared stable. No irregularities, no activation, no movement from the rings. Then the first light of Sirius crested the Vatican skyline. The chamber pulsed with a low hum. Vescini leaned forward, his eye level with the lens. And in the next 60 seconds, something changed. Witnesses say his face froze, not with awe, but with terror. He stumbled back, grasping at his robe, muttering the phrase, "It's looking through me." Then he fell to his knees and began laughing. The laughter turned to choking, the choking into sobs. And then he screamed. Not in Latin, not in Italian, but in a form of speech no one in the room could recognize. Later, phonetic transcripts revealed that it bore resemblance to old Canaanite dialects recorded in pre-exilic temple inscriptions. He began scratching symbols into the floor with his fingernails, circles intersected by wings, eyes surrounded by flame, a series of concentric spirals that closely matched the hidden diagram once uncovered beneath the Luxor temple. And then he said only 2 words, clearly in Latin: nulla clementia, no mercy. Cardinal Vescini was removed from the chamber, sedated, and placed in a private residence under medical supervision. But his condition worsened. He refused to sleep indoors. He covered mirrors. He scratched drawings of stars into his bed sheets until his fingers bled. 3 weeks later, he escaped. Guards found him standing on the roof of the Vatican Library in his nightclothes, barefoot, arms raised to the night sky, whispering, "They see backwards. We dream forwards. But the eye sees both." He was restrained. Later that month, he was transferred to the San Clemente Sanctuary, a facility reserved for clergy suffering from spiritual dissociation. There, he spent the next 10 years drawing. And drawing. Over 4,000 pages of diagrams, all preserved in lead-lined boxes. Some match no known language or cosmological model. Others mirror star charts projected by modern AI models only decades later. But perhaps the most chilling image is a recurring one, a large eye above a broken dome. Beneath it, a figure in papal robes with no face. It appeared in over 120 drawings. Scholars still debate what he saw through the eye that morning. Some argue he experienced a psychotic break, triggered by the visual complexity of the mechanism. Others believe he encountered a symbol so ancient, so deeply embedded in the collective unconscious, that it cracked the boundaries of language and identity. But one entry in his handwritten notebook suggests something more. What I saw was not future, not past. It was choice, unfolding in layers, and we were choosing blindness. Vatican archivists sealed the entire record in 1984 under level Sigma, the highest classification for spiritual risk to doctrinal integrity. No further viewing of the eye has been authorized since. Cardinal Vicini died in 1987. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. But the attending nun wrote something strange in her unofficial journal. Moments before he died, Vicini sat up in bed, looked through the barred window at the night sky, and whispered, "It's closing." Then his pulse stopped. The eye remains sealed to this day. Its chamber is never entered, and a bronze plaque outside the vault now bears an inscription in Latin, not from Scripture, but from Vicini's own ravings. If you look for it, it looks for you. Beneath the marble grandeur and liturgical authority of the Vatican lies a fear older than doctrine. It is not fear of devils, nor of schism, nor even of heresy. It is the fear of irrelevance. This fear, ancient, unspoken, and quietly corrosive, has shaped the Church's relationship with knowledge for centuries. And no artifact has challenged that boundary more directly than the object known internally as speculum caelestis, the eye. The eye does not prophesy in parables. It does not whisper in symbolic riddles. It projects. It reflects. It aligns. And most disturbingly, it demands no priesthood to speak for it. That is what truly terrifies those behind the Vatican's sealed doors. Because if the eye functions as described, if it reveals cosmic events, spiritual ruptures, and moments of choice without ecclesiastical interpretation, then it removes the Church from its role as sole interpreter of divine will. It is not the presence of truth that threatens them, it is the democratization of it. Throughout history, the Church has maintained power not merely through belief, but through control of narrative. Scripture is interpreted. Miracles are investigated. Saints are canonized only after years of deliberation. Every truth is filtered, contextualized, framed. But the eye offers no such filter. Its reflections are immediate, intimate, and often catastrophic. The incident with Cardinal Vicini proved this. A man of pure theological training, trusted, respected, was unmade in a single moment. Not by doubt, but by too much clarity. He was not tempted. He was overwhelmed. That event forced the Vatican to confront a terrifying possibility, that some truths cannot be tamed, that some knowledge refuses to submit to the hierarchy of sacraments and councils. In secret memoranda exchanged between Vatican departments after the Vicini event, phrases appear that are almost alien to religious discourse. Epistemological instability, collapse of interpretive primacy, existential ungovernability. Not theological concerns, political ones. Because if the eye reveals a future in which the Church is not needed to access the divine, then its centuries-long role as mediator between humanity and God begins to fracture. And fractures invite revolution. The Church has weathered heresies before: Gnosticism, Arianism, Protestantism. But these were wars of words, of interpretations. The battleground was doctrinal. The eye is different. It is not a competing gospel. It is a mirror, reflecting a version of reality unbound by ecclesiastical structure. And that is a different kind of heresy, one not rooted in belief, but in sovereignty. The Vatican has long walked a narrow path, balancing its role as guardian of spiritual truth with its very human instinct to maintain control. The suppression of the eye is not just about keeping dangerous knowledge hidden. It is about preserving the architecture of certainty that sustains the institution itself. If knowledge flows directly from an artifact older than Moses, if predictions can be made without prayer, without ritual, without hierarchy, then what role remains for the Church? That is the Vatican's unspoken nightmare. Not that the eye is wrong, but that it might be right without them. And history suggests this fear is not new. In the 13th century, the Church suppressed multiple texts from Arab astronomers who had traced planetary movements that aligned with historical miracles. These alignments suggested that what had been framed as divine intervention might in fact be part of a larger cosmic rhythm, one observable, measurable, repeatable. The fear was not that these astronomers were pagans, it was that they made priests obsolete. The eye continues that threat, but amplified, because it is not theory. It is experience. It shows things. It breaks men. It predicts fractures not just in society, but within the Church itself. A marginal note in the sealed Codex Sigma reads, "If this lens is allowed to speak, the altar will become a mirror, and what we see reflected may not be Christ." That line was written by a cardinal, which leads us to the final irony. The eye does not speak of faith, nor of dogma. It shows alignment, resonance, unfolding. It does not ask who is worthy, only who is willing to look. So what does the Vatican fear more? The loss of souls or the loss of control? Perhaps they are one and the same. Because in the quiet heart of power, truth is not always the enemy. Sometimes it is freedom, and freedom, unmediated by structure, becomes chaos. To protect the faithful, the Church says it must act as the vessel. But what happens when the vessel begins to leak? When the sacred is no longer exclusive? When the cosmos itself offers guidance without catechism? Then the fear is no longer of evil. It is of being unnecessary. And perhaps, deep beneath St. Peter's dome, behind the sealed chamber, where the eye still waits in darkness, someone already knows the answer, and has chosen silence, not to protect the world, but to preserve their place within it. The jar looked ordinary, hand-thrown clay, fired at low heat, no inscriptions on the outside, no gold, no gems, just a vessel, half the size of a skull, buried beneath a Roman chapel that predated Christianity itself. But when Vatican researchers opened it, they recoiled. Not because of what they saw, because of what they heard. A sound, not quite a voice, not quite a breath, escaped. And for a moment, the chamber temperature dropped. That was the first indication that this was no ordinary relic. It was a container for something unseen. In ancient Egypt, the preservation of the dead was a sacred science. Organs were placed in canopic jars, each guarded by a god. The body was embalmed to preserve identity in the afterlife. But there were darker practices, hidden in the footnotes of funerary scrolls unearthed near Abydos. Texts that spoke not of honoring the soul, but of capturing it. The Vatican acquired the soul jar in 1891 under the guise of an archaeological trade. The artifact was labeled Vas Mentis, or Jar of Mind, but the notes accompanying it, translated from Demotic Egyptian, called it Ketamba, a seal of spirit. According to the fragments, this type of jar was used only in extreme circumstances, when a soul was deemed too dangerous to roam free in the afterlife. A soul not evil, necessarily, but unresolved, one whose will might return, a memory that refused to die. The magic involved was unlike typical Egyptian rites. Instead of using oils and linen, these jars were activated by voice, not prayer, but declaration. A name would be spoken into the mouth of the jar 3 times, along with the soul's greatest unfulfilled desire. The jar would then be sealed, not with wax, but with a layer of natron mixed with blood. And if done correctly, the soul would anchor to the clay. It would not move on. It would wait. Inside. The Vatican's jar had not been opened for over 2,000 years, and yet, upon initial examination, electromagnetic scans showed subtle activity, like static, trapped within hardened earth. Attempts to extract physical residue failed, but sound experiments revealed faint frequencies, always within the same range, low, rhythmic pulses, not unlike speech patterns during REM sleep. In other words, dreamlike will. Was this what the ancients meant by binding memory? A will so strong, so unresolved, that it pulsed even after death? And if so, what had been denied? What dream had anchored itself so fiercely? Vatican linguists, working with ancient Egyptian specialists, noted that these jars were often found far from tombs, not buried with bodies, but hidden in walls, beneath thresholds, or at crossroads. They were never marked, as if even the location of the jar could give the soul access to the world again. The jar in Vatican custody bore one internal carving, etched into the inner clay before firing. It read, "I must see the sun again." That was it. No name, no spell, just a longing, a compulsion, one that had lasted through centuries of silence. If will could survive in clay, what did that say about the nature of the soul? Was it something airy, ascended, or was it magnetic, capable of binding to matter like memory binds to ink? This question struck at the core of Catholic theology, which holds that the soul is immortal, indivisible, and belongs to God alone. But if ancient magic could hold it, even in fragment, then perhaps the soul is more fragmented than the Church admits. And that terrified them, because it suggested that part of us, our desires, our regrets, our unfinished sentences, might linger, not as ghosts, but as energy encoded into stone, sound, and symbol. That a soul might be stored like a scroll, or worse, weaponized. What if you could collect a soul not to honor it, but to use it, to draw from its will, to inherit its anger? In internal Vatican correspondence from 1923, Cardinal Lorenzo Benucci wrote, "This jar does not merely contain a voice, it contains purpose, and we do not yet know whose purpose it serves." There was fear that opening the jar again might reactivate it, that speaking into it, even in analysis, might form a new bond. For this reason, the jar has been stored in the silent vault, wrapped in lead-lined cloth, beneath 6 layers of sound-dampening insulation. No one is allowed to speak near it. And most disturbingly, a guard once claimed to hear murmuring through the stone when he accidentally touched the lid. He only ever repeated one phrase from what he heard. "Say my name, and I am free." That guard later requested a transfer, but the jar remains, still sealed, still pulsing in the dark, waiting, not for release, but for recognition. And that perhaps is the most dangerous magic of all. Not summoning, but remembering. In a world of faith, doubt has always been the seed of science. And when the Vatican's vas mentis, the so-called soul jar, was unearthed and studied under modern conditions, doubt followed it like a shadow. Was it myth wrapped in clay, or something more? In 2006, for the first time since its discovery, the Vatican granted limited access to the jar to a joint task force of archaeologists, materials scientists, and acoustic engineers. The purpose was not theological, it was analytical. The Church needed answers it could not obtain through Scripture alone, and what the scientists found did not dispel the mystery, it deepened it. The jar was first subjected to neutron tomography, a non-invasive scan that allowed researchers to peer inside without disturbing the seal. The imaging revealed multiple unexpected characteristics. First, the inner walls were not uniform. Unlike standard pottery of the same period, the inner surface bore spiral grooves, carefully etched prior to firing. These grooves formed a resonance pattern similar to early acoustic horns. In lay terms, the jar had been built to hold sound, not just as an echo chamber, but as a resonance amplifier. Next came the compositional analysis. Samples of the clay, taken from microscopic surface scrapings, revealed an unusual blend of materials. Yes, it was primarily Nile silt, like most Egyptian ceramics. But it was laced with two unexpected components: volcanic ash from Mount Etna, which altered the thermal properties of the clay, increasing its capacity to absorb and retain heat; microscopic flakes of hematite, an iron oxide known for its magnetic responsiveness. This combination of materials, thermal insulation and magnetic sensitivity, suggests that the jar was designed not merely for storage, but for energetic insulation. In other words, it was built to trap something active. Modern engineers compared the effect to that of a Faraday cage, an enclosure that shields its contents from electromagnetic fields. But why would a Bronze Age artisan build something like that? The answer may lie in a third anomaly: the seal. Scanning electron microscopes revealed that the sealant used on the jar's lid was not wax or resin. It was a hardened compound of natron, beeswax, and a biologically active substance, traces of which matched human blood proteins. Even more perplexing, the proteins had undergone thermal denaturation at a very specific temperature, consistent with ancient ritual burning. This was not accidental. It was alchemical. The blood had been sacrificed, altered, and transformed, then fused with salt and wax to create a barrier that was both physical and symbolic. And it worked. Despite being over 2 millennia old, the seal showed no microbial decay, no fungus, no odor of rot. Inside the jar, the air remained sterile. When a microsensor probe was inserted into the interior space through a needle-thin borehole, it recorded temperature fluctuations and low-frequency electromagnetic pulses lasting for over 37 minutes. The pattern of these pulses bore resemblance to theta wave activity, the same brainwave state associated with deep meditation, dreaming, and memory recall. Let that sink in. The inside of the jar, sealed for 2,000 years, was replicating the conditions of a dreaming brain. Could that be coincidence? Or was it evidence that the ancients had discovered a way to simulate or sustain conscious imprint inside a clay vessel? Acoustic testing followed. High-sensitivity microphones picked up subaudible vibrations when sound waves were projected into the jar's base. When frequencies between 85 Hz and 112 Hz were used, the same range as human chanting in ancient temples, the jar vibrated in phase with the input, as if it were responding, not merely echoing, resonating, as if the structure of the jar had been tuned, like an instrument, to a specific voice print. This brings us to the most controversial test of all. In 2012, a sound engineer unaffiliated with the church ran a sonographic sweep using harmonic tones derived from ancient Egyptian vowels. During one sequence, a distortion appeared. A faint pulsing waveform emerged, not matching the input. The software labeled it an unknown harmonic source. To the human ear, it sounded like a sigh, faint, sad, almost like a whisper struggling to be born. The Vatican halted further testing. The Church issued no comment on the waveform. But unofficial notes from the lab session, later leaked, included this phrase: "The jar is not empty, it is listening." Skeptics argue that the data proves nothing, that the jar is a marvel of early engineering, yes, but still just a jar. That all we see are echoes, natural, explainable, coincidental. But believers point to the convergence of anomalies: resonance design, magnetic clay, sacrificial sealants, acoustic response, dreamwave mimicking. What kind of civilization would go to such lengths? For a burial urn? Or is that even what it is? Perhaps the better question is not whether science confirms the jar's magic, but whether science has finally caught up to what the ancients already knew. That memory is not just in the mind. It can live in stone, and that the soul is not a flame to be released. It is a frequency, and under the right conditions, it still speaks. In the shadows of the Vatican archives, buried deeper than dogma, are stories that never reached the pulpit. One such story is recorded in Codex Foratus, a restricted document stored under level Sigma clearance. It describes a man referred to only as Subject Icarus. His real name is redacted in every copy, but we know a few things. He was a seminarian, fluent in Coptic and Latin, possessed of eidetic memory and trained in Gregorian chant. And in 1953, under the supervision of the Vatican's Department of Archaic Containment, he was chosen to participate in an experiment involving the artifact known as Vas Mentis, the soul jar. The aim was not to open the jar. It was to listen, to attempt, through vocal resonance and focus meditation, to provoke a response from within the jar without breaking the seal. Subject Icarus agreed willingly, or so the official record says. He was told the jar was an acoustical relic, a container of lost voices. He was not told what the original Egyptian texts claimed, that it could house not just sound, but will. The test took place in a subterranean prayer chamber designed to mimic the acoustic profile of the Temple of Seti at Abydos. Icarus sat cross-legged before the jar, less than a meter away. He was instructed to chant specific phonemes, translated from a fragment of the scroll of reversal, into the air surrounding the vessel. The experiment began at 2:11 a.m. The third repetition marked the shift. According to session notes, the jar began to vibrate, softly at first, then in tandem with Icarus's breath. He paused, startled. Then the temperature dropped, not by degrees, but by feeling. The air felt denser, as if sound itself had slowed. At 2:15 a.m., the attending priest noted that Icarus was no longer following the phoneme script. He had entered into unintelligible speech. But when later analyzed, Parts of that speech resembled phrases in Old Nubian, a language Icarus had never studied. His eyes were open, but unfocused. His pulse elevated. At 2:17 a.m., he spoke one word in Latin, iterum, again. The jar began to emit a hum, a low rhythmic drone consistent with the frequency previously identified in earlier tests. At 2:18 a.m., Icarus collapsed. He convulsed for 12 seconds. Then he stopped moving. He did not lose consciousness, but something had changed. When attendants tried to speak to him, he answered in the third person. "He is not done yet." They removed him from the chamber. Over the next 72 hours, he spoke fluently in 4 ancient languages, only 2 of which he had previously encountered. He wrote symbols on the walls of his room, matching glyphs found at the base of the Saqqara step pyramid, symbols only deciphered by Egyptologists decades later. He refused to eat, but claimed he was not hungry. He would often stare at the soul jar, even though it had been removed from his presence. Once, when questioned, he said, "The name inside is older than writing." On the 4th day, Icarus fell silent, completely. No words, no movement. He entered a catatonic state. Doctors found no physical cause. Neurologically, he was responsive. Eyes tracked motion. Muscles responded to stimulus, but his will appeared absent. It was as if something had been taken or exchanged. The Vatican declared the experiment inconclusive. Icarus was placed in a private monastery in the Alps. He lived another 39 years, never speaking again, never writing, just occasionally humming a single note when the wind passed through the window bars at night. Always the same note. The same frequency recorded inside the jar. His personal belongings were sealed, among them a final written journal locked away by the archivists. But one page is often cited in whispers, a single line. He was not trying to get out. He was trying to get in. To this day, it is unclear what that means. Was the soul in the jar not a prisoner, but a visitor? Was Icarus not a victim, but a vessel? The ethical implications shook the inner circles of the Vatican. If a soul can influence a living person through sound alone, if identity can be shared, or worse, overwritten, then the line between life and afterlife becomes porous, and dangerously so. Rumors of a second subject, an unnamed Benedictine nun, circulated in the 1980s. She too was said to have participated in a similar experiment, but all records of that trial have been erased. What remains is silence, and one artifact, still sealed, still humming, still waiting for another voice, another name, another moment of recognition. Because as the Church has quietly come to realize, it is not the jar that awakens, it is us. In a vault deeper than the Library of Secrets, buried beneath layers of censorship, sits a scroll wrapped in linen and sealed with wax. No title graces its surface. No saints are invoked. It bears no number in the official Vatican catalog. But among those who have seen it, it is known by a whisper. The Scroll of 7 Knots. According to the marginalia in a suppressed 14th century inventory from the Vatican's Codex Indicum, the scroll was not written by scribes or monks, but dictated by a captive from Egypt's dying priesthood, whose tongue had been cut out before interrogation began. The scroll itself was scribed by another, a blind man who claimed to transcribe the prisoner's thoughts without hearing a word. Impossible? Perhaps. But when the Vatican's linguists examined the scroll in the late 1800s, they found the ink to be older than the parchment. And then there were the knots. The scroll is not bound with string, but with 7 loops of tightly woven hair, human, according to forensic tests conducted covertly in 1972. Each knot is sealed with a different wax imprint, not crosses or papal rings, but symbols resembling pre-dynastic Egyptian glyphs, some so ancient they predate written language. To open the scroll, each knot must be undone in order. Fail to follow the sequence, and the text rearranges into nonsense. This is not metaphor. Infrared imaging shows that the ink shifts position when the knots are untied incorrectly. Only when the knots are loosed in proper succession does the ink settle into legible script. The Vatican calls it living text. Occult historians call it something else, a prison. Because what the scroll contains is not knowledge, it is command. Specifically a ritual designed to bind the will of another person, not through physical force or poison, but through intention anchored by knots. According to the translated portions, the ritual begins with the naming of the target. The name must be spoken, not aloud, but in thought, while tying the first knot. Each subsequent knot must be tied at a specific hour of the night, corresponding to the passage of certain stars. Each knot is sealed with a whisper of regret, a personal wound confessed inwardly by the one casting the spell. This is what makes the rite so dangerous. It requires pain, not of the victim, but of the caster. By binding their own trauma into the knots, the practitioner creates a sympathetic tether, an emotional bridge through which influence can flow. Once the 7th knot is tied, the scroll is burned, not as a sacrifice, as a lock. The ashes are then buried at a crossroads or beneath a home's threshold, anchoring the effect in the world of the living. From that moment on, the target begins to change, slowly, subtly. Their will bends, not in obedience, but in hesitation. Choices once clear become clouded. Dreams turn inward. Doubt metastasizes. The spell does not control, it inhibits, as if placing a veil between the soul and its own certainty. The Vatican's own report, filed under the now dissolved Office of Anomalous Theology, described the spell as a sacramental perversion, the inversion of confession, power born not from grace, but from grievance. So why did the Church keep it? Why not destroy the scroll? According to classified correspondences from 1939, Pope Pius XII authorized the preservation of the scroll of 7 knots under the justification that understanding darkness is the first duty of light. But the deeper truth may be far more unsettling, because buried within that same report is a note, unsigned, written in Latin. We used it once, to stop the vote. It worked. No date, no details. But theologians familiar with this era note that the Vatican Council scheduled for 1942 was abruptly canceled without explanation. Some suggest it was due to the war. Others whisper of a certain cardinal whose stance shifted overnight, from firebrand reformer to quiet loyalist. His name has been scrubbed from the official logs. But a diary, found in the archives of a German monastery, contains an entry dated the same week. I do not know why I chose as I did. I only know it felt like the path had narrowed, and mine was the only step left to take. The handwriting is shaky, the ink uneven, as if written by someone who no longer trusted their own thoughts. Was this the work of coincidence, or of 7 knots, burned and buried? The scroll of 7 knots raises an agonizing question, one that haunts every hidden hallway beneath the Vatican. What if the most powerful tool of control is not truth, nor doctrine, but doubt, woven into flesh? There is a wing of the Vatican few, even among the clergy, are allowed to enter, not because of danger, but because of memory. It is called the Red Archive, and it houses documents too sensitive not for the world, but for the soul. One file, stored under 3 separate seals, bears a chilling title, De Experimentum Septem Nodorum, on the experiment of the 7 knots. It is the only known record of the Church's attempt to use the scroll's ritual in controlled conditions. The experiment took place in the winter of 1964, during a time of intense theological unrest. Vatican II was reshaping doctrine. There were factions forming, liberal, conservative, mystic. And in one of these inner circles, a cardinal from the Ordo Silentium pushed an idea both heretical and seductive. To fight evil, one must understand its methods, and sometimes its language. The proposal was submitted in secret to the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. They approved it, on the condition that the scroll remain unopened until the very hour of the trial. A vault was prepared in a Jesuit compound outside Assisi, shielded, soundproofed, surrounded by sacred objects. An exorcist stood on call, not because they expected a demon, but because they feared possession of will, not by spirits, but by influence. 3 volunteers were chosen, 1 monk with a traumatic past, 1 scholar fluent in Coptic incantations, and 1 neutral observer, an assistant bishop, tasked with witnessing and recording every step. They were not told the ritual would be real, only a simulation, only theory, only study. But the monk, chosen to tie the knots, was told a name, a real name, someone he once loved and who had betrayed him. He began the ritual, 1 knot per hour, 1 confession whispered with each thread. By the 4th knot, the temperature had dropped. By the 5th, he began to tremble. By the 6th, he was sobbing, openly, uncontrollably. When the 7th knot was tied, the scroll was burned. Ashes were buried beneath the stone threshold, as instructed. And then, they waited. The target, the man whose name had been used, was monitored by a separate team in Rome. For the first 24 hours, nothing changed. On the 2nd day, he failed to show up for morning mass. That evening, he declined his usual meal. On the 3rd day, he submitted his resignation, citing an inability to discern what was right anymore. On the 4th day, he entered a chapel alone, removed his cassock, and fell silent. When questioned, he said, "My decisions feel like they are being made before I even think them." He was sent for psychiatric evaluation. No medical explanation was found. His thoughts remained orderly, but his sense of self-determination had vanished. He described it as walking in a fog, where every choice felt already chosen. Back in Assisi, the monk who had tied the knots was no better. His grief had not lifted. In fact, it had deepened. He refused communion, refused prayer. Then, 3 days after the ritual, he confessed, "I feel hollow, like I've poured part of myself into the knots, and I don't know if I got it back." The neutral observer, the assistant bishop, filed a final report before requesting transfer to a cloistered post in Spain. In his last written words to the committee, he said, "What we have done is not holy. It is surgical, cold, precise, and irreversible." The Vatican convened a special tribunal. The scroll was resealed, triple-wrapped, and locked in a reliquary behind lead glass. Its exact location was removed from all records. The Order of Silentum was quietly disbanded, and a new decree was passed within the Secretum Apostolicum. No ritual shall be performed which requires the sacrifice of memory, will, or identity through symbolic transference. The scroll was never opened again. But one question haunted those who had been part of the experiment. Did the spell work by magic? Or was it something worse? Did it work because the monk believed it would? Because his pain was real? Because his doubt was contagious? The church would never answer. But it did one thing very quickly. It erased all training related to the scroll, purged the texts, burned the wax seals, and in the margins of a handwritten memo from 1965, a cardinal wrote a single chilling sentence. We locked it, not to protect the world from it, but to protect ourselves from using it again. Because the sin was not just in the spell, it was in how easily it worked, and in the silence that followed. There comes a point in every forbidden discovery when the line between miracle and manipulation begins to blur. The Vatican has always walked that line. It claims to preserve sacred truth. Yet within its deepest vaults, it also preserves tools that seem anything but divine. And among those tools, none presents a greater ethical paradox than the scroll of 7 knots. After the 1964 experiment was sealed off and buried in institutional silence, a handful of theologians, ethicists, and canon lawyers began to ask a dangerous question. Was the scroll a work of magic? Or was it something even more powerful and more unsettling? A mechanism for total control. Unlike demonic rites or pagan invocations, the ritual described in the scroll did not summon spirits, did not ask permission from gods or angels. It did not call upon any external power. Instead, it exploited pain, memory, timing, and intention. It was a system, a structure of cause and effect, so precise it resembled technology more than theology. To some within the church, that was the most alarming part. Because if the ritual worked not through mysticism, but through emotional and psychological resonance, then it could not be dismissed as mere superstition. It was functional, and that made it usable. In a secret advisory document circulated in 1972 under the title De Potestate Mentis, a Vatican scholar posed the question directly. If a structure of symbols and intention can alter another person's capacity to choose freely, does that constitute magic? Or does it constitute domination? The distinction matters. In church doctrine, magic is considered sinful not just for its outcomes, but for its presumption, that man might usurp divine authority. But domination, the manipulation of will, is a far older sin, one embedded in the first story of the fall. To eat from the tree of knowledge was not merely to learn, it was to control. And in the scroll, some saw a blueprint for the same transgression. One theologian wrote anonymously in the margins of a Vatican dossier, "This is not magic. It is worse. It is what the devil accused God of, interfering with free will." Because here lies the true danger. Not that the spell allows one person to harm another, but that it coerces obedience without force. It mimics consent. It imitates free will. It bends choice until it appears voluntary, and if that is possible, if a person can be convinced to follow a path without knowing they were nudged, then the very foundation of moral responsibility collapses. The Vatican, to its credit, or perhaps to its fear, chose silence. No official ruling was ever made on the scroll's ontological status. It was not declared heretical. It was not declared magical. It was simply removed from all theological discussion, buried in the same way sins are buried when they are too complex to confess. But silence is not the same as ignorance. Over the decades, a handful of curious scholars and archivists have pieced together fragments of forbidden files, attempting to answer the question Rome refused to ask aloud. Who decides where influence becomes control? Because the techniques described in the scroll are not unfamiliar. Whispered confessions, emotional leverage, repetition at key hours, anchoring belief through symbolism. If those sound familiar, they should. They echo the structures of catechism, of liturgy, of psychological conditioning. This is the heretical whisper that haunts the scroll's legacy. Is the scroll of 7 knots a mirror? And what does it reflect? Does it reveal how fragile our freedom truly is? Or how easily belief can be manufactured? Perhaps that is why the Church did not destroy the scroll. Not to preserve its contents, but to protect itself from its own reflection. One anonymous note, found in a sealed envelope within the Codex Veratus, reads, "We fear the spell because we recognize its shape. We use its tools already, but dressed in sacraments." That line has never been confirmed, but it has never been denied. And it leaves us with one final unresolvable question. Who draws the line? When an institution commands loyalty, urges confession, imposes ritual, and controls narrative, at what point does it become a spell of its own? At what point does faith become architecture and morality become programming? The scroll of 7 knots is no longer studied, no longer referenced, but it remains, not as a relic of sorcery, not as proof of heresy, but as a reminder that the most dangerous kind of power is not loud. It is whispered, folded in linen, tied with hair, and sealed with silence. In the vaulted midnight of the cosmos, 2 stars draw ever closer. One, mighty and slow, rules over kings and judgment. The other, bright and swift, whispers of love, temptation, and light, Jupiter and Venus. To the astronomer, their alignment is a moment of rare beauty. But to a hidden sect within the Vatican's ancient guard, their conjunction marks something far more dangerous. A moment when celestial doors open, and when an ancient rite, long buried under canonical silence, becomes possible. A ritual that, if performed precisely, is said to confer more than insight. It grants sovereignty, not over heaven, but over human will. This is the rite of the crowned convergence, a ceremony allegedly performed only 3 times in Vatican history. Each instance aligned with the rare astronomical pairing of Jupiter and Venus, when the 2 planets appear within 5 degrees of one another beneath the morning sky, and always, without fail, beneath the papal insignia. According to a restricted file known as Aurorae Liturgica, the rite begins at dawn, at the hour when the morning star still glows faintly in the sky, just above the eastern horizon. The participants are no more than 7, each chosen not for rank but for frequency of memory. A concept still not understood in modern neuroscience, but referenced in several suppressed Vatican manuscripts. The heart of the ritual is the crown, not the papal tiara of modern processions, but an older one, a headdress made from woven gold and lapis lazuli, said to contain within its inner band a strip of cloth taken from the veil of an ancient Egyptian priestess. At the moment of alignment, the crown is placed upon the chosen celebrant's head. He must not be the Pope. but he must be in line for succession. This detail, always underlined. The celebrant then chants a verse known only as the Verse of Sovereigns. It has never been written down. It is passed only by oral transmission and only within the vaults beneath the Lateran Basilica. The verse is said to mimic not language, but celestial vibration, each syllable meant to echo a planetary frequency, the slow thunder of Jupiter's gravity and the piercing hum of Venusian resonance. Once intoned, the ritual proceeds in complete silence for 7 minutes. During this time, the celebrant is not to move, speak, or even think. This is the point of convergence. The lore claims that in this stillness, the celebrant's soul is weighed, not by God, but by something older than doctrine, older than Genesis. The text is vague, but one phrase returns again and again in the marginalia. He who wears the light must survive its gaze. The final step is simple, but terrifying. A sacrifice, not of blood, but of memory. The celebrant must willingly surrender one truth, a belief so core to his being that to lose it is to be changed. He must speak it aloud and renounce it. Once done, the ritual is complete. The alignment breaks. The sky returns to silence, and the crown is removed. But something remains, because in all 3 alleged cases where the rite was performed, the man who wore the crown was later elevated to great influence within the church. One became Secretary of State, another a papal elector who cast the decisive vote, and one, though never confirmed by name, is rumored to have been elected pope. But here is where history fractures, because with each elevation came a rupture, reforms reversed, doctrines hardened, and in private, each man was said to carry a strange burden, a change in voice, a tendency to speak in absolutes, a hollowing, a loss. One priest who served under the 3rd celebrant wrote in his journal, "His faith was louder, but his eyes were quieter, as though something inside him had gone very far away." To this day, the Vatican denies the ritual ever existed. There is no mention of it in canon law, no entry in public papal biographies. But the crown, it does exist, stored in a sealed reliquary beneath Castel Gandolfo, labeled only Regnum Caelestis, the kingdom of heaven, except it is not heaven that it mimics. It is order, the imposed harmony of celestial bodies, planets that do not choose their path, but obey it, like minds bound by unseen forces, like kings crowned under stars not their own. And so we ask, is the rite of the crowned convergence magic, or is it liturgy perfected into control? Is the sacrifice noble, or submission dressed as faith? And if the price of power is the surrender of self, then what, truly, is left behind? It was never made for coronation. Not in the traditional sense. The Regnum Caelestis, the ancient crown hidden beneath Castel Gandolfo, was not forged to anoint authority, but to transfer something else entirely. A force, a resonance, an intelligence. Among the few who have glimpsed it, the testimonies repeat a single phrase: it hums. Unlike the later triple tiaras worn by popes in public procession, this headdress bears no gemstones, no Latin inscriptions, no depictions of saints or martyrs. Instead, it is marked by strange depressions on the inner ring, grooves that seem to serve no ornamental purpose, but rather vibrate subtly when held near certain relics or under starlight. One report from the Vatican's suppressed Archivum Stellarum collection describes an incident in 1921 when the crown was briefly removed from its containment during a private alignment ceremony. The ambient temperature in the room dropped by 6 degrees. A metallic scent, similar to ozone, filled the chamber. And most remarkably, the crown began to emit light. Not bright, not blinding, but steady. A faint glow along the gold lattice, pulsing in intervals that coincided precisely with the calculated conjunction of Jupiter and Venus, according to astronomers present. It was not candlelight, and it was not reflected. The glow came from within, and then came the vibration. When placed on the head of the chosen celebrant, the crown began to resonate. A low-frequency tremor, almost inaudible but deeply felt, like a tuning fork pressed to the skull. The celebrant, a high-ranking archbishop, whose name was later redacted from all Vatican records, described the experience in a sealed document addressed to the congregation for the doctrine of the faith. I felt as though my thoughts had weight, as if my ideas were no longer mine, but being echoed back to me with clarity I had never known. What he described next unsettled even the most devout readers. I knew things I had not studied. I saw events that had not happened. My memories, some not even mine, were suddenly familiar. Another priest present, acting as a scribe, would later write in a hidden memorandum, "The crown does not simply mark authority. It awakens it. It bends the mind, not in coercion, but in expansion, until you can no longer tell if the power you feel is divine or implanted." This notion of implanted authority deeply troubled the Vatican's ethicists. Was it revelation or programming? Because what they observed again and again was not a rise in traditional faith or ecstasy, but a hyper-rational certainty, a shift in the wearer's demeanor from contemplation to conviction. The celebrants no longer questioned. They knew, and they acted swiftly, decisively, too decisively. One became known for implementing doctrinal decisions without council approval. Another was observed ordering the suppression of mystical theology texts he had previously defended. In both cases, the changes were not only ideological, but neurological. Medical reports, sealed under papal authority, described altered EEG patterns in the crown's wearers, specifically enhanced synchronization in the frontal lobes, decreased delta wave activity, and bursts of gamma oscillations usually associated with intense problem-solving or spiritual experience. But these bursts occurred in silence, in solitude. There were no visions, only stillness, and a growing distance from human emotion. A pattern emerged. After donning the tiara, celebrants displayed a marked reduction in empathy response. One priest who had served alongside a post-ceremony bishop wrote in a private letter, "He did not become cruel. He became indifferent. He wept less. He smiled less. But he acted more." This echoed a fear whispered in theological circles, that the crown did not grant power. It amputated resistance to it. In effect, the ritual combined ancient astronomical alignment, resonance-based stimulation, and ritualized self-denial to create what some modern analysts describe as a form of spiritual transhumanism, the enhancement of mind and will through sacred technology. But if so, then the questions grow darker. Who built it? And who decided it should be worn? Some point to a footnote in the Astrum Veritatis, a banned 17th-century treatise smuggled out of Avignon during the Counter-Reformation. It describes a crown made not for kings, but for those who must hold the heavens still while the world turns beneath them. Others trace the lapis centerpiece of the crown to a meteorite found near Heliopolis, inscribed with pre-Coptic glyphs referring to the Watcher in the east. Regardless of origin, the pattern remains. The crown awakens. It vibrates. It glows. And then it changes the wearer, not with visions, not with divine calling, but with the steady certainty of command. A kind of holy automation. And so the Vatican locked it away, not because it failed, but because it worked too well. Because if power can be activated like machinery, if leadership can be infused like light through gold, then what is faith? And more importantly, what is left of the man beneath the crown? Not all secrets divide evenly. Some splinter slowly along the hairline fractures of faith. Others crack suddenly, loud, visible, irreversible. The rite of the crowned convergence and the phenomenon surrounding the glowing, vibrating tiara did not simply disturb Vatican theologians. It split them, and it split them along the oldest line of all. Is this from God, or from something that predates him? The question, once whispered only in private corridors, erupted into closed-door debate shortly after the 1921 incident, when the tiara was seen to pulse and emit light under a planetary alignment. At the heart of the conflict stood two factions. One believed the event was a divine sign, a rare but legitimate intervention of God's design through the language of the stars, offered only to the most faithful. The other believed something far more troubling, that what had been awakened in the vaults of Castel Gandolfo was not divine, but primordial, older than Christ, older than Scripture, perhaps even older than the concept of heaven and hell. They referred to it in confidential memos as the astral echo, a force not of good or evil, but of pattern, of will, and of alignment. It was not interested in redemption, only in obedience. To this day, the Vatican has never publicly acknowledged this internal rift, but the records tell a silent story. Between 1922 and 1924, 4 members of the Pontifical Academy of Theology resigned without explanation. 2 high-ranking cardinals from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith requested permanent reassignment to isolated monasteries in the Alps. And in a letter never intended to be seen, one of them wrote, "I have seen what the ancients worshipped when they stared into the sky and carved spirals into stone. It is not Yahweh. It is not Christ. It is not Satan. It is something watching." The glowing crown, in their view, was not a gift. It was a device. One built to interact with a force that did not care for theology, only for resonance. One bishop argued passionately that the crown functioned like a tuning key, aligning the wearer's thoughts with planetary currents, but not necessarily with divine will. He was silenced. His writings never published. The faction that believed in the crown's divine origin responded by citing ancient texts, including obscure passages from the Book of Enoch and the Sibylline oracles. They claimed that celestial alignment had always been part of divine prophecy, and that to dismiss the crown's effects was to deny the very mechanics of biblical miracles. After all, had not the Star of Bethlehem guided the Magi? Had not Ezekiel seen wheels of fire in the heavens? Was this crown not simply another manifestation of God's cosmic language? But the opposing side refused to accept it. They pointed to the lack of spiritual fruit in the crown's wearers. There were no visions, no repentance, no humility, only action, only command, only cold certainty. One theologian wrote, "God humbles. This accelerates." This was the moment the Vatican decided not to burn the crown, but to hide it. because in truth, neither side could prove the other wrong. The light it emitted could be divine or alien. The vibration could be revelation or intrusion. The sense of power could be sanctified or engineered. What frightened both camps equally was the possibility that the crown did not care what the wearer believed. It functioned regardless. And so a decision was made, not doctrinal, but pragmatic. The rite was officially never to be performed again. All records were sealed beneath layers of administrative obfuscation. The tiara was stored in a lead-lined reliquary with no nameplate, and any inquiry into the rite of the crowned convergence was redirected, deflected, or quietly buried. But the divide had already taken root. Within seminaries, whispered questions grew. If God speaks through stars, does he share the sky with something else? If a crown can awaken power, who built it? And why? And if the church keeps it, who are they waiting to give it to? Some feared that the next alignment would tempt a new generation to try the rite again, to place the crown on a head not ready, to call something back down from the sky that never left. And if that happened, would it be a miracle? Or the return of something we mistook for God only because it arrived first? In that silence, in that uncertainty, the church made its choice, not to explain, not to reveal, but to hide. Because some questions, when asked too loudly, do not echo back with answers. They echo back with a presence, and that presence might not be holy, only older and patient. In every cathedral, there is a chamber no map includes. In every holy order, a man whose name is never written. And in every legend passed secretly from one Vatican archivist to another, there is a figure only whispered about. They call him the Shadow Priest, not because he was evil, but because he moved through the church unseen, outside titles, outside liturgy, outside time. He is said to have carried out a version of the rite that no one had ever dared attempt alone. A ritual meant to require 7 witnesses, planetary alignment, and layered consent, but which he performed in isolation, beneath a forgotten chapel where even the light refused to stay. The Vatican denies this man ever existed. No birth records, no ordination, no tomb. But pieces of him remain. Scattered across secret ledgers, forgotten storage rooms, and faded ink inside forbidden books. In one letter buried inside the Codex Umbrae, a scribe records this chilling line: "He entered with nothing but robes, and left with no reflection in the basin." This detail of the reflection is repeated in 3 separate accounts. No shadow in the candlelight, no mirrored image in holy water, no name spoken in roll calls. He was simply known as the one who served the silence. According to a surviving page from Liber Ritus Secreta, a banned 15th century liturgical manual, the shadow priest's ritual took place during the winter solstice, under a sky clouded with ash from Mount Vesuvius, a night when no stars were visible. There was no crown, no planetary convergence, no chorus, only an altar, a sealed scroll, and a single ancient phrase carved into the wall: "I bind not the world, I bind what watches it." The priest read from a forgotten version of the 7-knot scroll, but his version, archivists note, was altered. The knots were not tied with thread, but with breath. Each exhalation tied to a vow, 7 in total, 1 for memory, 1 for desire, 1 for fear, 1 for blood, 1 for silence, 1 for truth. And the 7th, it was never written, never spoken, only gestured, a movement of the hand in the shape of a circle that broke into a line, described cryptically as drawing the gate open, but never walking through. When the rite was complete, the chapel was said to have darkened, not from absence of light, but from something that settled in the air, a density, a presence, a watching. And when the cardinal who later inspected the site arrived, he found the altar stone cracked, but no sign of the priest. Only his cassock, folded neatly atop a book bound in flesh, and a small sealed note. Not all gifts are meant to be used. Some are meant to be buried, so that others never find them. This note would vanish weeks later. The book, identified only by its symbol, a downward-pointing eye, was placed in the forbidden wing of the Apostolic Archive under triple seal. But the story endured. Among certain circles, the shadow priest became a symbol, not of heresy, but of burden. A man who took the ritual into himself to spare others. A solitary guardian. Or perhaps a vessel. Some theologians believe he did not disappear that night, but that he was taken, that he opened a gate through his own soul and walked into a silence no one has returned from. Others think he became something else, a presence, a whisper, a force that now walks Vatican halls when the lights are low and the prayers go unanswered. There are even those who claim he still exists, not in body, but in the minds of those who read too deeply, who chant too closely to the old tones, who hear footsteps behind them in locked libraries, a voice in the ear that does not echo, a feeling that the candle flickered, just once, without wind. And always, an urge to look over your shoulder, because some rites are not meant to summon gods or command obedience. Some rites are meant to contain, to keep something beneath, so that it never returns. And the shadow priest, he is the one who said yes, when no one else would, not to power, not to knowledge, but to watching the thing no one should see, to bearing the silence that no one else could carry, and perhaps to becoming it. Legends may vanish, but stone remembers. For centuries, Vatican custodians whispered of a chamber deep beneath the Basilica di San Clemente, a room with no door from the inside, accessible only through a forgotten staircase sealed behind an altar. It was known, unofficially, as La Crypta Senza Nome, the crypt without a name. For generations, it was dismissed as folklore, until a renovation effort in 1987 unearthed what appeared to be a sealed vault beneath layers of medieval masonry. What lay inside changed everything. The chamber was circular, roughly 5 meters wide, its walls composed of basalt blocks smoothed not by tools, but by centuries of touch. At its center was a stone slab, blackened and fractured, not from heat, but from pressure. And surrounding it, inlaid into the very floor, were markings, not decorative, not alphabetical, but ritualistic, 12 lines, radial, carved with obsessive precision, fanning outward like the spokes of a celestial clock. At their center, a single groove ran in a perfect circle, encasing a smaller depression the size of a man's knees, perhaps where the celebrant knelt. Beneath ultraviolet light, investigators found traces of organic residue, elements consistent with myrrh, cedar ash, and something unknown. A compound not catalogued in any modern liturgical tradition. But it was not the materials that disturbed the clerical investigators. It was what the markings mirrored. When digitally reconstructed, the radial pattern aligned precisely with the known star chart, the conjunction of Jupiter and Venus in 1478. The same year, many believe the shadow priest conducted his solitary rite. More alarming still, microscopic analysis of the inlaid grooves revealed they were not purely cut. They had been burned in, seared into the stone as if by exposure to intense, focused energy. Yet there were no signs of flame or smoke damage anywhere else in the chamber. No torch could have done it. No tool could have achieved such uniform depth without chipping. The floor had not been carved. It had been etched by force. The Vatican's forensic archivist, Father Matteo Loris, submitted a restricted report in 1990. In it, he wrote, "The energy that marked this floor was not terrestrial. I believe we are looking not at residue, but at evidence. Evidence of a singular rite that breached the veil between sacred geometry and something more ancient." He was later reassigned to Siberia, but before he left, he made a personal note, smuggled to a colleague in the Congregation for the Causes of Saints. That note read, "The cracks in the stone sing, if you listen closely, not with sound, but with memory." Another investigator described standing at the center of the chamber as like being watched from beneath. There was no air movement, no draft. Yet candles would not stay lit, and compasses, brought in by skeptical technicians, spun wildly, suggesting not magnetic interference, but a distortion in spatial alignment. Then came the markings, invisible to the eye, but revealed under thermal imaging handprints, dozens, pressed faintly into the stone around the ritual center. Some large, some child-sized, some impossibly long-fingered, all facing inward, as if at the moment of the rite, something had reached out from every side to hold the celebrant in place, or to witness, or to judge. And on the southern edge of the chamber, etched into a wall barely distinguishable from the stone grain, a final line was found, "I bound it, not with chains, but with memory and name. May none ever speak it again." No signature, no date, just 7 words in Latin that corresponded chillingly to the 7 breath-bound vows of the shadow priest's ritual. The Vatican immediately resealed the chamber. The public was told the area was geologically unstable. All photographs, notes, and samples were returned to the archive of forbidden investigations, but not before one technician, disillusioned, perhaps frightened, leaked a single infrared scan to a Jesuit scholar in Lisbon. That scan shows the full pattern, and it bears an uncanny resemblance not only to celestial alignments, but to a containment seal found in pre-dynastic Egyptian tombs. This raised a terrifying possibility, that the rite performed was not merely to channel or receive something, but to trap it, to bind a presence awakened long ago, to seal it beneath the church before it could rise again, and if so, then the question must be asked. What was strong enough to burn memory into stone? What was terrifying enough that a man without name gave up his identity to contain it, and most of all, what will happen if it ever remembers how to get out because the floor still holds the marks, the air still refuses light, and in the silence of that nameless crypt, some say you can still hear breath, not exhaled, but held, waiting. No name, no tomb, no relic, only traces. A fracture in the floor, a phrase carved into stone, a rumor that clings to the air like dust in an unlit vault. The shadow priest, if he ever truly lived, left behind no monument, no vestments, no gospel to echo his legacy. And perhaps that was his greatest act of faith, or his greatest burden. because not all priests preach. Some kneel and never rise again. In a church built on visible sacraments, on altars and incense and public rituals, the shadow priest represents something the Vatican never dared canonize: the necessity of secrecy for survival, a guardian not of truth, but of silence, a man not praised for what he believed, but forgotten for what he protected. The idea unsettles us. It reverses the myth. We are taught that light dispels darkness, but what if sometimes it is darkness that must be preserved so that the rest of the world can live in light? What if there are things, ancient forces, buried memories, remnants of worship long abandoned that cannot be destroyed, only kept still? Then someone must watch them and keep them from waking, and never speak of them again. This was the choice made beneath the basilica, not a decision of doctrine, but of necessity, to bind something not with chains or fire, but with a man, a life offered, not in martyrdom, but in containment, to hold darkness, to be the seal, and in return, anonymity, erasure, no grave, no prayers, just silence. And yet, that silence has weight. It hums through the stones in the crypt. It lingers in the words that were scratched out of the archives. It stares back from the gaps in Vatican records, daring the curious to ask why no one remembers what happened that night beneath the stars. But someone does, because something has been held, still, unmoving, because he is still there, not in body, but in ritual, in the breathless spaces between chants, in the pressure behind locked doors, in the unease felt by archivists who descend too far. He is not haunting, he is keeping. And perhaps that is the most sacred duty of all, the one no vestment is woven for, no psalm written. To be the last threshold between what once ruled the desert skies and what now hides beneath marble floors, between the ancient watchers and the unknowing world above. And still, he kneels, in the memory of stone, in the breath of candle smoke, in the echo of rites no tongue dares repeat, not because he seeks power, not because he serves fear, but because darkness always needs a keeper, and someone must say yes when no one else dares speak at all. There are doors in the Vatican that do not lead to rooms. They lead to questions. Questions sealed behind scrolls not yet read, behind chants never sung aloud, behind names no longer spoken. But someone always knows. Behind every locked reliquary, every triple-sealed manuscript, every corridor of silence, someone always knows why it must remain untouched. We began with whispers beneath the desert sun, where the Nile once flowed with both water and meaning. And we followed those whispers to Rome, to basilicas built over older altars, to scrolls soaked not only in ink, but in intention. Now we know more. We know about the scroll of the 7 knots, about the breathing statues, the priest with no name, the star that made the crown glow, the ritual that cracked the stone beneath San Clemente. We have seen what the Vatican keeps in the dark, not because it doubts it, but because it believes it too much. And that is the line, is it not? The one that separates faith from fear, miracle from magic. They are both rituals, both words spoken in ancient tongues, both crafted with objects, stone, salt, light, blood. Both require belief, but one is preached from the pulpit, the other is hidden beneath it. Why? Why must some rituals be sung beneath stained glass and others in crypts no one names? Why does one priest become a saint and another a rumor? Why are some scrolls read aloud, while others are sealed with wax, oil, and oath? What makes one holy and the other heretical, when both draw from the same origin? Perhaps the answer is power. Not the power to heal or inspire, but the power to control, to bind others, to summon outcomes, to reshape what should be left to God. And that is the terror the Vatican faces. Not just that the scrolls contain truth, but that they work. That the desert did leave behind a grammar of the unseen. That these rites, these formulas, these invocations, they do something. Something undeniable, something too close to dominion. And dominion, in the wrong hands, becomes heresy. So, the Church chose not destru preservation, because destruction admits fear. Preservation, however, signals a deeper truth, that somewhere, someone may one day need it. That what was written was not just madness, but a response to a question we will ask again. And when that day comes, will we know how to read what was left behind? Will we dare open what the priests sealed? Or will we repeat their silence? Because the scrolls are still there, the ink still dark, the curses still dormant, not erased, just unread. And the Vatican knows this. That is why, despite the doctrines, despite the denials, the archive remains guarded, not just by men, but by memory. They know exactly what they keep. Not relics, not mythology, but tools, rituals, and perhaps truths we are not yet ready to hold. Faith, after all, is not the absence of knowledge. It is the courage to stand in front of knowledge and still choose mystery. But at what cost? How long can mystery be safeguarded before it becomes a prison? Before silence becomes complicity? That is where we now stand, at the edge of a vault, at the lip of an unspoken question, at the breath before the seal is broken. And what lies beyond? A miracle or a warning? Because if even one of the legends is true, the glowing crown, the priest of breath and not, the statues of clay, the song that summons the dead, then the boundary between miracle and magic was never a wall. It was a veil, one drawn not by God, but by men, to protect or to control, or maybe both. So we ask, as all seekers must, who drew the line, and who profits from it staying there?